date, 1st of June 2022, case number 6667 of 20, Sylvia and 4 others.
As the court pleases, my lord, the appearances are the same for the state as before.
As it pleases the court, Lordship, I confirm my appearance for accused 1 to 4. Advocate Malesa Latifo, instructing attorney Titi Toban. Attorneys. Thank you.
As the court pleases, my lord, I confirm the appearances on behalf of accused number 5 are as before, my lord.
Yes, before we start with the proceedings today, or before we continue with the proceedings, sometimes it becomes a matter which is dicey to when to interfere when a point is on a table under cross-examination, and yesterday such a situation faced me. Advocate therefore was busy with a point which is very crucial about the crime scene, and at the time in posing your questions, you came to use foul language in open court. My choice was to leave the point which was so crucial and concentrate on the foul language, which could easily disadvantage the people you are representing. But I want to make you know that I took note of the foul language used in open court, and I think that is not acceptable. You referred to something regarding the crime scene and the investigation thereof, and in the process openly, brazenly used foul language before everyone. And I find that unacceptable.
Humbly, at which stage, Your Lordship, and if I may be reminded?
If I remind you, I use the foul language.
Or the F, wait.
Yes.
Profusely and unconditionally withdraw that and beg apology.
And it's my appeal to everyone, let us use acceptable language in whatever we do or say. I don't think we have the latitude, however emotional we may get to be, no matter how touched we get to be, let us remind ourselves. I think I said this at the beginning of the trial, that this process, we are role players in this process, but we don't own it. We are deployees in this process. The real people that matter are the accused, their relatives, and the people who were affected by the crime we are busy with. Those are the people who matter, and it is our country who deployed us here, and we should handle that opportunity with all the respect and all the care. So I take it because I think it shouldn't be on behalf of only myself. Advocate therefore apologizes for that. I want to take it that Advocate Valoi, Advocate Mshololo, that the apology is accepted.
Indeed, my lord.
Thank you, Lordship. May I start?
Yeah, let's proceed.
And I also apologize to Mr. Musia, Your Lordship.
Yes, Mr. Musia, he apologizes for the foul language used.
Apology accepted, my lord.
Thank you very much, sir. And good morning once more, Mr. Musia.
Good morning, advocate.
Mr. Musia, yesterday, the two dockets, 636 and 375, were fully introduced to you in details. In details, I'm also referring to the which team is investigating 636 and who is investigating 3775, and there are theories therefore whereby there has always been the allegation that under 636 the two perpetrators entered the house and they left unfortunate incident whereby at the end of the day we had a deceased in that house, and 375 is in total opposition of the theory of 636, whereby 375 saying nobody entered in the house. If we have to have a person killed, the deceased, that person should be in that house. If we have the murder weapon, that murder weapon must have been in that house and been brought by one of those people who supposed to be charged according to 375. You still remember everything about that?
I still remember, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi izolo uye wangichazela kabanzi ke ngalamadokodo amabili eku 636 no 375 la ushilo ke khona ukuthi u636 ila khona insolo zithi kunabasolo ababili abangena endlini base ke bedubula aze yena ke u375 athi cha akunabantu abangena khona lapho umuntu owabulala umufi wayephakathi endlini futhi ke nesibhamu esabulala noma esadubula umufi isibhamu esalethwa umunye walabo bantu ababephakathi endlini. Ngiyakhumbula lokho ungitshela kona noba ungichazela izolo.
And the investigators under 375, I can put it to you that they are determined that the people earmarked to be the suspects, for which the number is 7, they must be arrested, charged, and be prosecuted. That's how the investigators of 375 are so determined. Do you have anything to say?
Nothing to say on that, my lord.
Ngeshwa ke anginalutho engakusho kuloko ngitshela kona ukuthi ke abaphenyi baka 375 bayimisele ukuthi labasolwa abawu7 abashiwo ke noma bachaziwe izolo uthi kufanele ukuthi baboshwe bamangalelwe base ke futhi ke bayashushiswa.
I suppose those investigators will be called to come and testify. Otherwise, what has just been put to the witness will amount to no more than hearsay, my lord.
Thank you, Lordship. I was supposed to say we are reliably informed that the investigators of case docket 375 are determined that the earmarked suspect, according to their case, they should be arrested and charged.
Yeah,
Why I'm saying this?
That doesn't seem to be the issue. The issue is whether you are going to call, since you are putting it on record here, whether you are going to call those investigators to come and confirm what is now being labeled hearsay by your colleague.
The reason I'm saying this, Your Lordship, is because, in response to that, the reason I'm saying this is because on the 17th of March, it was the date when the defense of accused 1 to 4 were in this court, Your Lordship, before your brother, Judge Baum, for the disclosure. So the disclosure was made on CAS 636 and 375. So I'm saying this on the background of the fact that I've got the disclosure of 375 and would be the witnesses and would be the suspect in that regard. So hence it may not be necessarily so saying that it's a hearsay or the investigating officer should come and confirm what I put to the witness here. Because naturally, the investigating officers of that case docket, if it happened that the docket is prosecuted, they will be the state witnesses, not the defense witnesses.
Will there be state witnesses in this? Remember, we are within this case. I think
In the 375.
I keep on reminding you that here we are about this case. If I accept hearsay evidence on the basis that that hearsay evidence, the so-called hearsay evidence, will no longer be hearsay evidence in another trial, I don't think I would be acting in a manner correct. If I determine hearsay evidence within this trial, that hearsay evidence should comply with the requirements for the acceptance of hearsay evidence in any case.
Your Lordship, I should put it this way, that it's a common cause now. As per my introduction to the witness, it's a common cause that for the single incident that happened at 13511 Kutano Street, First Loras, that one single incident whereby the deceased was shot and killed, it has got 2 police dockets. Something that, in my own, it's an unprecedented thing in my career as a lawyer, whereby I've never been in a case whereby for the single incident there are 2 dockets with the different investigating officers with a different theory, and for the same people, whereby these people, these investigators, both of them, the both team are from South African Police Service. It's now like a territorial battle now. It cannot be that they are from South African Police Service for the single incident, but the theory in their docket is different, and they are pursuing different suspects
Advocate Tefo, what you are narrating now makes for very interesting listen. But one other thing that is also unprecedented is where hearsay evidence is accepted within proceedings on the basis that in another case it will no longer be hearsay evidence. I think what your colleague seeks is that you lay the basis for the hearsay, for the acceptance of the hearsay evidence, and also indicate whether you are going to call those people whom you say are determined, more than determined, to come and testify in justifying the acceptance of the hearsay evidence. That is the issue before us.
Okay. I hear your Lordship. Let me cut to the chase. If need be, they will be called.
Come again.
If need be, they will be called.
There you are, Advocate Ngoven.
Very well, my lord.
Okay. Answer. He's telling you that investigators in case number, is it 363?
375.
375 shall be called to come and testify about this case, and what they're going to testify about does not point to the people in the dock in this case. It points to other people who are not in the dock.
Understood, my lord.
Yeah. And what is your...
No comment on that.
Angampendulo ke ukuthi uma ngabe sikhona ke isidingo noma uma ngabe kwenzeka ke abaphenyi noma abaseshi laba baka 375 bazobizwa uyena ke umele ukuthi bazofakaza, anginayo impendulo lapho.
And currently, would I be correct, Mr. Msia, to say you are here to testify under the pretext of Phosphorus case 636-10-2014? Am I correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Mina ke ngikhona la ngokuthi ngizofakaza ngaleli idokodo liwu 636-10-2014.
Then you can further confirm yourself as a witness before this court under 636 that yourself voluntarily at your own peril, at your own volition, you have deposed affidavit in relation to how did you find the scene at the primary crime scene. I think now onward you did assist, because when I talk about primary and secondary, you'll be the best person well positioned to know what I'm talking about. Am I correct?
That's correct, madam.
So, if I'm saying in my continuation that yourself voluntarily so, and knowing as from yesterday when you get the clarity of the two case dockets that you have personally deposed an affidavit in relation to your observation and the finding at the scene of crime, the primary scene of crime, under Phosphorus case 375 of 01/2019. Can you confirm that?
I can confirm that, my lord, and I just want to complain about the manner in which Colonel Buthelezi came to request my statement. She was not, she never disclosed fairly to me where does she belong or which unit under the police, because she told me that she's from Crime Scene Management National Office, of which I think it was not true.
Engifisa nje ukuthi ngakutshela lenkantolo ukuthi bengingafisa ke ukuthi ngimangaleke noma ngisho ukuthi indlela aweza ngayo kumina uKenneth Buthelezi nangenkathi eyichaza ke ukuthi uqhamuka kuphi ke cabanga ukuthi akazange akhuluma iqiniso asho ukuthi usuka kuyiphi iunit.
And the purpose of the statement, I was never told about the case, of which I was supposed to be told before I write that statement, my lord.
Futhi ke angizange ngitshelwe nangenhloso yaso istatement leso futhi noma istatement esihambelana naliphi icala kwakufanele ukuthi lokho ngakutshelwa.
You mean you were not told about which case number 375?
375, my lord.
Akazange asho kumina ke ukuthi nanjengoba mina ngila ngo 636 ukuthi yena ke umcelela istatement engicela u375.
Yes.
Mr. Musia, I don't have a doubt, but I'm definitely sure that myself, no, my learned colleague Advocate Baloyi, or the Honorable Court can do anything about your complaint that you seem to be lodging now as you are sitting in the witness box. From you, in relation to my question, I needed you just to confirm, indeed, the exhibits D, which is your affidavit that you deposed, it was in relation to case docket 375. Yes or no?
No, I was not aware by then, my lord.
Cha ngangingazi ke ngaleso sikhathi ngangibhala sona ke statement leso ukuthi mina ngibhalela istatement ngibhalela idokodo eliwu 375.
I'm not asking you in relation to other day. I'm asking you departing from yesterday, then when we confirm. And yesterday, you never lodge a complaint or register a complaint. Yesterday, you've answered the question swiftly, relevantly, and the question in your own language, as you may sometimes say. You say it makes sense to you. So, let me remind you, when I ask you, during the time of laying the foundation of that affidavit, you remember the question was asked by this cross-examiner that, were you under duress or were you freely given opportunity to depose that affidavit? Do you remember your answer?
Yes, I remember my answer. The answer was yes, I did it freely.
Ngiyakhumbula ke
Thank you.
ungibuza ukuthi ngaphoqwa yini ukuthi ngisibhale istatement ngathi cha angizange ngiphoqwe kwaba yini okuphuma kumina.
Now you've already answered yourself that your complaint now, you are trying to poke the hole on your own complaint. At the end of the day, you'll render it non-attendant. And secondly, in relation to your current complaint that was never expected from where you are, this, it was yourself. Without, before I can ask you. Do you remember what did you say about what Colonel Buthelezi told you insofar as she was belonging, the unit in the SAPS? Do you remember that? If you don't, just say, I'll remind you. Do you remember what you said?
You can remind
Yourself,
me.
without me having asked you.
You can remind me, my lord.
All right. Yeah, you say, Colonel Butelis told me that she is working from CSA, see something,
Crime scene management.
crime scene management, and there's other,
There's CS, that S, I mistakenly.
other
wrote.
abbreviations.
Yes, then,
Yeah.
but it was supposed to be R. Is
All right, no, that's fine. No, let me continue. You say that, and you say, you are on record, and that section or division, no, you said that section is my section, is a forensic. You said it's a forensic. And I also supported you as say, forensic division. You remember that? Yes. You yourself, you said, Colonel Butelis told you that she is working from at your own division, but just that you are in the province, but it's at the national. You remember that?
that's correct, my lord.
Yebo ngiyakhumbula ke ngisho ukuthi ke nkathi efika uye wathini ke usebenzela uCSM ukuthi nje yena ke ku national mina ngu provincial.
And it's true. Colonel Butelis is from the national division of your own unit in Springs of the forensic. Can you deny that?
I'm not sure about that, my lord.
Ukuthi kuyiphi ke iunit yena ke akusiyona ke into nesiqiniseko sayo.
Okay, it's fine. Let us not go back. And then I was just indicating this to you that you are now attempting to, but I've already said that yesterday, except that I've accepted from the court that other weight should be deleted and it has been done, and then I've apologized for that. But I'm saying that I put it to you that you are this kind of the witness who should not be relied upon because you are evasive when you have to answer the question. Because your intention, and it seems to me that even your purpose, as you are sitting there as a witness of the state, you are definitely doing your utmost to protect any oversight of the state insofar as this case is concerned, in particular the crime scene. You are not reliable. What is your answer?
I cannot comment on that, my lord.
Ukuthi wena ke umchaza kanje ngomuntu ufakazi ongathembakele ukuthi ngiyazama ke ukuthi ngizama ukuthi ngilungisele umbuso la wenza iphutha khona anginayo impendulo.
And then what is the answer, Mr. Musia, that yourself, as from yesterday, knowingly, and you now know, I put it to you that you now know that the affidavit you deposed, which is labeled Exhibit D, you were doing it in relation to case number 375.
Now I know, my lord.
Ngiyazi ke manje ukuthi statement engasenza noma engangisibhala esiwu Exhibit D ukuthi kwaku noma sasenzelwa ku idokodo eliwu 375.
Thank you for your knowledge. And now you further know that as you are sitting where you are standing and being the witness in the witness box, having raised up your hand that, please help me God, I should speak the truth, but nothing but the truth to help this court to come to the well-informed decision. You now know that you are testifying under case 636, and you now know that there is a possibility if the case 375 is the people whom he marked as the suspect under 375 there is a possibility that you may be called to come and testify under 375. Am I correct?
I cannot comment on that, my lord.
Njengoba manje ke ngifakaza la ngaleli idokodo eli-636 angeke ngisho ke noma ngazi akukho engakuphendula ukuthi uma ngabe labantu labuyana bengashushiswa ku-375 ukuthi nalapho ngabizwa ngibe ufakazi anginampendulo lapho.
Now, Mr. Musa, I'm putting to you that having known the reason of your deposing of affidavit was in relation to 375, and now you are the witness of 636, I put it to you that there is a possibility that you are going to be the witness. You may be called in the case 375. Whether it will be here in North Gauteng or South Gauteng, for which possibilities that if that happen, it will be in South Gauteng. So are you aware now that you may be a witness there in South Gauteng?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Boke kuyiqiniso ngiyazile ukuthi kungenzeka ukuthi ngibe uyena ufakazi nakuleliyana idokodo nomicala.
Let's go to Mayor General Ndofu. Your Lordship, I'm irritating. I don't have the water here, and my throat is somehow not. Can I take it?
Are you comfortable with that? If you are not comfortable, get water you are comfortable with.
It's my
Yesterday
colleague.
you were talking of strange things here. I don't know.
No, it's my.
Yeah. You're instructing attorney will get you comfortable water.
Yeah, but it's comfortable. I can drink in the meantime.
Okay.
It's my colleague. Yeah, Mr. Do you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you, man.
All right. Insofar as Major General Ndofu was concerned, and the evidence in relation to the cross-examination, because you remember, Major General Ndofu featured more or prominently under cross-examination than during your leading of your chief evidence. Do you agree? The role of Major General Ndofu become on the light or become, it was prominently prompted, I cannot say question, prompted under the cross-examination. And that's where I myself, I came across the name of Major General Ndofu during a time when you said he was pointing you what to photograph and what not to photograph. You remember that?
I remember that, my lord.
Nakhumbula ke livela kakhulu ke igama lakhe uMajor General Ndlovu ukuthi kwakuyena umuntu wayengikhombisa ukuthi yini kufanele kuthathwe izithombe.
Yes. So, unfortunately, now, Major General Ndofu is the late, for which we all commonly feel the loss, and we say, may his soul rest in peace. And he departed. Before you can finalize your cross-examination, based on what has transpired, or based on that evidence under cross-examination, and the role he played, even on you as your senior, whereby he contributed, he spoke to you. I don't know if you know Major General Ndlovu personally, or you just know his voice as he was instructing you in terms of your statement, say, go to Bosilong, to the secondary C. Firstly, do you know him in person?
That was the first time I met General Ndlovu, my lord.
Ngalelanga kwakukuqala ngihlangana naye uMajor General Ndlovu.
In 2014,
That's correct.
during the incident.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. So now, in relation to that, insofar as your evidence is concerned and his role was concerned, and he was the state witness, at your own, can you say General Ndlovu, Major General Ndlovu, was the important witness of the state or not, based on the evidence?
I don't think it's a fair question to the witness. It's not for him to determine which witness is crucial. It's for the prosecution.
There you are.
Thank you, Lordship. This is a preliminary question, Your Lordship. And insofar as this witness is concerned and the evidence, this pending evidence, for which I believe today I will finalize my cross-examination. I'm living in this country, Your Lordship. There has been the talks, especially this, as I'm saying, is a preliminary question, is pointing to the NPA, where the NPA said the passing of the General Ndlovu to them is not a loss, is not affecting their case insofar as this witness is concerned, or his evidence is concerned, the role that he plays concerned. So I'm asking this witness along these lines, Your Lordship, that in his heart of his hearts, does he really believe that General Ndlovu is not important witness for the state? And whereby I'm asking the question, the answer to be yes or no. Then I will substantiate why, whichever the answer, whether it's no or yes, I'll substantiate why I asked this preliminary question.
No, the problem is when you say witness for the state. If you were saying he's a vital witness in the case, he would have been a vital witness, it would be something else. But if you, once you say for the state in this context is the prosecution.
I take the guidance of the court, Your Lordship, because we are here to be guided by your honorable self. I will take opportunity to steal the lining of your context. My question to you, differently put, do you think Major General Ndlovu, as he has passed on now, was an important witness in this matter?
I won't be able to answer that, my lord.
Angenkhoneke ukuphendula lokho ukuthi ebezoba ufakazi osemqoka yini uMajor General Ndlovu.
Okay. And the follow-up question. Are you aware by any chance, because I believe that whoever called you to come and be a witness, there are some preparation which are done to prepare you for your testimony. That is a common cause, I want to believe, as the witness of the state. By any chance, are you aware if there is any affidavit deposed by Major General Ndlovu before he is passing on?
No, I'm not aware, my lord.
Angazi-ke noma sikhona istatimende noma istatimende esifungelwe esenziwa uyena uMajor General Ndlovu ngaphambilini kokuthi ashone. I can also confirm that based on your answer, all right. I put it to you that under 636, that's correct, I never came across the statement because I've got a disclosure in my position insofar as 363 is concerned. There is no affidavit deposed by Major General Ndlovu. That's why you are not aware. However, further to that, because yesterday there was a lot of, I can say insofar as you are, do you have your statement? Advocate Baloy, can the witness have a statement, Exhibit D? Do you have?
I do have, my lord.
Yeah, you remember our paragraph 3? The last line.
remember.
The last line. I'm trying to check mine, I can't see. But I remember, because yesterday we dwelled on that much. The last line of paragraph 3, can you read it?
Is this one, no?
Paragraph 3, the last line. Starting with Brigadier, I think.
I received a call. I received a call on my private cell phone where a reporter identified.
I was in last line.
Last line.
Yeah.
I,
Starting with the Brigadier, I remember.
Brigadier Ndlovu reported a murder case to me.
No, the last line.
Instructed me to go to Tshilong.
Okay, start it afresh. That line. Start it again.
Brigadier instructed me to go to Tshilong.
Full stop. Okay. Yes. And that one is from your statement. Which statement is for 375? Am I correct?
You're correct.
Yebo ke lokho okubhalwe la ukuthi uBrigadier Ndlovu wasengilalela ukuthi angihambe ngiye eButhilong kubhalwe kwistatement sami istatement leso esimayelana nedokodo eliwu 375. And I can now, without any fear of contradiction, put it to you that Brigadier Ndlovu has deposed an affidavit before his passing on under CAS 375-01-2019. Do you have any response?
No response, my lord.
Ngeshwa ke anginayo impendulo mayelana nokuthi ke unestatement awasenza ngaphambilini kokuthi ashone esiphathelene naleli dokodo eliwu 375. Lordship, I may seek the guidance from the Honorable Court here.
Yes.
Yes. Major General Ndlovu was approached by the investigators of CAS 375-01-2019, the same way the witness was approached to depose an affidavit in 2019, for which he did. When I got the disclosure of 375, the affidavit of Major General Ndlovu was part of that. I just deliberately, yesterday, didn't bring to the attention of the court and the witness what was of primary objective was to deal with the affidavit, Exhibit D, deposed by this witness, having the interest that previously he was of the certain stand insofar as the contamination of the scene was concerned. Having a fear or having the consideration that I don't want to cloud or complicate the issues by introducing this statement or affidavit. And furthermore, at the background of my mind also was that this thing of 2 case dockets for one incident, to me is unprecedented. I wouldn't know how to handle it when I have to bring the application in terms of the provisions of Section 3, subsection 1 of Law of Evidence Amendment Act of 2008. Because my local stand, Your Lordship, is that I'm the defense counsel for 1 and 4, for 1 to 4. And this affidavit is from one of the dockets that would charge the people who are the witnesses, potential witnesses, not just potential, but very important witnesses in this case. So there are potential witnesses under 636, Your Lordship, who may in turn change their title. They may become suspects under 375, where there are witnesses of the state under 636, and then they may become opponents of the same entity that they were witnesses before or helping before. So I need to be guided, Your Lordship, as to, can I be in position, if I want to use this statement, to use it to rebut the statement of Mr. Msia? What confuses me, because I don't have that much experience, is that what is my local standing if I have to bring the application in terms of Section 3, subsection 1 of the Law of Evidence Amendment Act, to say the probative value of this statement is necessary. But now, what I'm struggling is that who I am. Is it the right position for me? Because I am the opponent of the state, and this is a state witness. That's why I need a guidance, Your Lordship.
Mr. Tefu, what you are talking about is something that we want to bring up under cross-examination. But the subject matter of the statement that you are now seem to be introducing may have to do with another case. May I repeat myself? Here I am looking at this case. If what you have in hand has a bearing and you want to cross-examine about it, then you pose the question. The other colleagues of yours are here. It will be for them whether they object to the question or they don't. I cannot, from my position, be seen to be giving you guidance. I give you guidance and they object, and I uphold the objection, and you say, this is a strange occurrence. You guided me to do this, and now when they object, you side with them. So you are putting me in a very invidious position, which we should avoid. If that cross-examination you are busy with, in your mind, has to entail what you propose to introduce, shoot and see how the target reacts.
What comes out of the bush?
I can already at this stage point out that the state is going to object to the use of that statement. Firstly, the state is not in possession of that statement, and then secondly, as my learned friend pointed out, this is hearsay evidence. There are specific rules that are laid down in the Hearsay Act. A substantive application will have to be brought for the court to consider. So at this stage, my lord, the state will object to the use of the statement.
Advocate Tefo?
Yeah, thank you, Your Lordship. Yes, I've learned to follow and respect my instincts. As my learned colleague has confirmed me that he was definitely going to object. And I was so cautious, Your Lordship, and I knew where I was putting you, between the rock and the hard surface. So, just because you are a court and you are guiding us here, the parties, I don't want to bleed it further, Your Lordship. I will accept. I think the message has reached where I want it to reach. That, unlike before, somebody knows that Brigadier Ndlovu deposed the affidavit under 375. If 375 goes further, I believe that this affidavit will be assistant to the state. And I believe by that time I won't be part of that 375. I think we can proceed, Your Lordship.
Yes, then let's proceed. I should also, because I realize that sometimes when we adjourn, you are in the middle of something. I should alert you to the fact that we have 5 minutes to tea.
Okay.
And we call it tea for convenience. It's many things, but
for sure.
We are about to adjourn for tea. So if you are going to another point, be mindful of that. So that I saw that yesterday some of the adjournments were in the midst of a point that is not finalized, and the reality is that there is a specific time for tea, there is a specific time for lunch.
Yes, and I've realized that, Your Lordship, but anyway, I wouldn't bring the complaint to say that while I'm on my momentum, it's happened to be broken by the tea or the lunch. Yeah. But for now, I'm amenable for the tea time.
Yeah, if we do that, then we might have to be back earlier instead of Let me check what time is it now? Oh, I think we still have 15 minutes. I think you can go.
15 minutes?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Msia, I put it to you that for the purpose of this case, 636, Major General Ndlovu was important. His evidence was important. And him in his person was important to be there and support his affidavit. What is your answer? Yes, I put it to you.
No comment, my lord.
Akukho engingakusho ukuthi wayesemqoka kangakanani-ke ku-Major General Ndlovu.
Okay. And the issue of two dockets, Mr. Msia, for your personal experience, for one incident, different theories, different investigators, in your experience of 14 years, or let me say in your whole experience, your 14 years experience as an expert, as a forensic expert, having visited various scenes, and as a police under general. As if now, one entity, being South African Police Service, or the members, that being two teams, on one team on one docket, other team on one docket, different theory, is this not an unprecedented thing to you? Personally, as you're speaking as a police officer.
That's a very strange situation, my lord. I never come across it.
Isimo-ke esinjena
Very strange.
la khona-ke ukuthi kuyicala elilodwa kodwa-ke kunamadokodo amabili-ke futhi kunamathimba amabili aphenyayo into nje engakaze ngihlangane nayo.
I agree with you, sir. Even myself, I've never came across this. So, for example, let's talk about 636. As you already know, the theory of 636, you remember it, about people entering the house.
That's correct.
And while they left, they've left not so good trace. Somebody's dead. Yeah. And the other theory is opposing the theory of other case docket to say, no, it's nonsensical to say people entered the house and killed someone. You've got the experience. You visited many scenes of crime, not scenes of anti-God, scenes of crime. will I be right to say you have seen a lot in relation to your career, spending 14 years as a forensic expert? You have seen various scenes where people have been shot and all sorts of allegations, the robbery, the shooting of the friend to another friend, or the shooting of the families. Am I correct to say that?
You correct, my lord.
Uyiqinisa ukuthi kule minyaka ngiyiphoyisa kuningi engikubonile.
And the late Brigadier Ndlovu did explain to you, when you first met him, we explained to you, even though he was not an eyewitness, but he related to you what he has been informed by the eyewitnesses, that there has been alleged robbery, and at the end of that robbery, Senzo Meyiwa has been shot and killed. Am I right? That you got that information, but as a second-hand information.
That's correct, my lord.
Kuyiqinisa ukuthi wangitshela ke Ndlovu ukuthi ke bekuzanywa ukuthi kubanjwe inkunzi lana, kodwa ke obese kwenzeka ukuthi ke kwasedutshulwa yena ke uSenzo Meyiwa.
And you believed that information from your senior Brigadier Ndlovu, by then Major General Ndlovu now.
That's correct, my lord.
Futhi inkathi engitshela ke ngakholwa ukuthi impela yilokho kwenzeka.
You never question it. And even today, you don't even question it.
There's no way in which I can question a person who's giving information regarding the incident, my lord.
Angenandlela ke la ngangabuza khona ke imibuzo noma ngiphikisane khona ke nomuntu ongazisayo noma ongichazelayo ke imininingwane yalokho okwenzeka.
The theory in that 636, that in relation to the incident, 2 people entered the house, find the people who knew each other, and amongst them there is a famous, a popular, the hero of the nation and Orlando Pirates, the beloved son of the soil, was with his friend in that house. That house belonged to the family of his baby mama. They knew him, they loved him. But a stranger came out of nowhere, had all the time, shoot and kill him. That person was never apprehended, or those people were never apprehended by the people who were in the house. Actually, they were like the spectators when that happened. And that robbers, the so-called robber, it was a robbery. So, you never ask yourself, if they say there was a robbery, what is robbery? What are people coming to rob? Is it not strange that in this case, the robbery was the life of Senzo Meyiwa, not item in the house?
As a court, these are matters for argument. I don't think it's fair to put this to the witness. They can be left for argument.
Advocate Jeffer, what is your question to this week?
Your Lordship, let me bring this question differently and see if it will be accepted. And I believe that it will be accepted differently. Can I proceed?
Yes, proceed.
Yes. Mr. Msia, I put it to you that if in general terms there is a robbery. The alleged robbers will not shoot one person and leave others, but will shoot all the people who are there to try to conceal the evidence. What is the response?
No
Once
comment
again,
on that, my lord.
This is just mere conjecture and speculation. I don't think this witness can really give an opinion on what robbers can and cannot do.
Okay, and I think you and me know there has been instances where a group of people were robbed and only one is shot or only two were shot.
Yes, Your Lordship, but yeah, I'm specific in relation to the theory of case docket 636. That's why I am.
Is that not where the problem is coming from? That because you are on to another case and this witness is about this case.
No, I'm on this case. I'm on 636.
So the question is,
This theory is for 636.
and the
What
question-
I put it to him that in this situation, isn't that strange that the so-called robbers,
only targeted one person.
they come in with the intention to rob, and then only at the end, they've robbed a life, one person out of 8 people.
Yes, your answer?
What I can say, my lord, regarding the scenario, as I received the first information of crime, and I've mentioned what happened in the house when I was in this court previously. There was a scuffling in the house. In that case, the suspect and maybe the deceased were scuffling, never knowing what was going on. But what I know is that there was a scuffling in the house. Then I can say it's possible that in a crime scene, one person can be shot and others survive.
Kuyenzeka ke noma ke sikhona ke isimo la kungenzeka khona ukuthi oyedwa umuntu angadutshulwa la kunabantu abaningi abahlezi khona abanye ke bangadutshulwa. Futhi ke bengichazile ngaphambilini lokho ukuthi inkathi ngifika lapha endlini ke ngakuthola ukuthi phakathi komsolwa ke asithi mhlambe naye ke umufi kwakukhona ke ukuluwisana. Yilokho kwaba imbangela ukuthi kube uyena kuphela odutshulwayo abanye bangadubuleki.
Your Lordship,
I think
I'm unable. Oh,
it's now tea time.
thank you. not just witness, eyewitness, will testify that Senzo Meyiwa was allegedly shot by non-Tanda Kelly Kumalo by mistake, as it is alleged. Do you have a response?
No respond on that, my lord.
Angampendulo-ke kulokho kushoyo ukuthi-ke kunofakazi owabona ozosho ukuthi-ke uSenzo Meyiwa wadutshulwa uyena uNonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo ngephutha.
The same eyewitness will further testify that the firearm used to shoot Senzo Meyiwa by Kelly Khumalo came with Longethwala, and the firearm is a revolver. Any response?
No comment on that.
Akunalutho engakusho kuloko kushoyo ukuthi kwaloyo fakazi loyo uzoqhubeka athi isibhamu leso-ke esadubula uSenzo Meyiwa udutshulwa uyena uKelly Khumalo ngephutha seza naye uLongethwala futhi kuyi-revolver.
And you remember that previously there was evidence, or there was testimony that on the same day there was a meeting in that house between the senior management of the police in Gauteng. That will be including the MEC of Safety and Liaison, by then Nkosi Malobane, with the family. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember you asking me about that, and my answer was, my answer is now I can't comment on that as well.
Ngiyakhumbula-ke umbuzo noma ungitshela-ke ngalokho ukuthi kwakunomhlangano okhona-ke lowo mhlangano lowo-ke wawunesigungu esiphezulu futhi samaphoyisa ala eGauteng kanye naye-ke owayengamele amaphoyisa noma u-MEC uNkosi Malobane, kodwa-ke akunalutho engingakusho.
Yeah, it was like this, yeah. Just to remind you in total. I said to you, did Major General Ndlovu, when he was narrating to you the scene, what happened, as per the information that he got, I said to you, did he also inform you about the meeting which was held prior your arrival? You remember that? I put it like that.
No, I don't remember.
Angikhumbuli-ke uMajor General Ndlovu engitshela-ke ngalowo mhlangano lowo.
No.
Owabanjwa ngaphambilini kokuthi ngifike.
I'm saying to you, Mr. Mse, I'm saying, I just want to remind you, I want you to reminiscent what I said to you. And I remember, and I put it in the context that I brought it to you. I asked you the question I said to you. Having explained what you explained, among the things that you explained by that time, you said you were told that there was scaffold. The disease was wrangling with someone, the intruder. You remember that one?
I remember that one.
Ngiyakhumbula ngisho ukuthi kwakhona-ke ukulwisana la khona babambene khona umufi kanye nomsolo wakhe noma nomunye umuntu.
I then said to you, did the then Brigadier Ndlovu by that time tell you about the meeting which took place before your arrival or before they call you?
No, he didn't tell me anything.
You
about
remember I said to you.
Akazange angitshele uBrigadier Major Ndlovu ngomhlangano owawukhona phakathi kwamaphoyisa nomndeni ngaphambilini kokuthi bangazise noma bangibize.
Okay. So, the same eyewitness will further testify that the meeting was all about how to conceal or how to hatch the plan of avoiding to say how Senzo was killed in that house. That meeting between the senior officers, whereby the names were mentioned. You remember the names?
I got no knowledge about the meeting, my lord. There's no way that I can be able to tell names.
Akunalutho engilaziyo ke ngomhlangano lowo lokho ke kwenza ukuthi ngingakwazi ukuthi ke ngisho noma ngichaza amagama.
So therefore, finally, the same eyewitness will say all these efforts of removing the body from the scene, which is a primary scene, to the secondary scene, that is a hospital. It was all about the furtherance of concealment of the murder of Senzo Robert Meyiwa by dumping him at the Botsilong Hospital. In essence, as I said yesterday, it was literally just to go and dump him at the mortuary out of the hospital, because the people in the house, they knew already that he has passed on, and it was further, as per will be related by the eyewitness, saying that all these efforts were done to avoid the relatives or the friends or the people known to Senzo, in particular, that day, as Senzo Robert Meyiwa was supposed to go and attend the birthday party of his colleague, Mr. Roy Mahamudza. So, what was avoided? They were avoiding for the Paris players to come to that house. Instead, they, they deem it fit for them to go and visit Senzo at the hospital, as he was. Do you have anything to say?
Nothing to say on that, my lord.
Ukuthi ke kwakufihlwani ukuthi ke la badlala nabo ke kuPirates bangezi lapho kodwa ke bayombona esibhedlela anginalutho engakusho lapho.
It was my cross-examination, Your Lordship. I come to the conclusion. And thanks to you, Mr. Msia, for your cooperation. In future, when you are called to be a witness, don't refuse. Thank you.
Thank you.
Advocate Nshololo.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. Sir,
Yes, advocate.
how many statements did you make in respect of this case?
I made one statement according to my knowledge, my lord.
Ngokwazi kwami ke kunestatement esodwa engasenza mayelana naleli cala.
The second statement, Exhibit D, is that not your statement?
It is my statement, as I've already complained in court. The manner in which the statement was taken from me is not understandable to me today, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi exhibit B naye ke kuyistatement sami kodwa nanjengoba bese ngimangeleke kule nkantolo ukuthi ke indlela ke ekweziwa ngayo kumina ucela leso statement leso.
Okay, now you're going to learn to answer the question. My question is the statement referred to as exhibit D your statement or not your statement?
It is
What's the answer there?
It is my statement, man.
Okay.
Exhibit D naye ke uyistatement sami.
Okay. So in other words, how many statements now we have made in respect of this case?
It's 2 statements, man.
Ngakho ke zimbili istatement engazenza.
Okay. In your examination in chief, you were asked as to what caused the delay in your arrival at the crime scene. You remember that?
Yes?
I was asked, and I think the way I was asked, the only thing that was expected to me, according to my mind, I'm getting lost. Sorry about that.
The question is, do you remember the question that was asked to you as to what caused the delay for you in arriving at the crime scene?
Yes, I remember.
Ngiyakhumbula ke ngibuzwa ukuthi yini eyangilibazisa ukuthi ke ngithathe isikhathi ukufika kwindawo yesehlakalo.
And what was your answer?
My answer was that the person who reported the case to me was not in possession of the crime scene address, my lord.
Yaze yathi ke impendulo yami ukuthi umuntu owangitshela noma owaxhumana nami ke nkathi engitshela noma engibikela wayengenalo ikheli la isehlakalo senzeka khona.
Okay, and then what else did you say? What else did you say in response to that question?
Instead, he told me that he told me to go to hospital.
Kepha ke awakwenza ukungitshela ukuthi angiye esibhedlela.
And on my way, I went past the station before reaching the hospital.
Kodwa ke engakwenza ukuthi endleleni eya khona lapho ke ngadlula e-police station.
I was just trying to find out if the station can help me, or maybe they have knowledge about the crime scene, my lord.
Kwakuwumzamo kumina ke ukubheka ukuthi ke e-police station bangangisiza yini ngokuthi ngithole ikheli la isehlakalo senzeka khona.
Okay. Do you remember telling this court that the family reported the matter late?
I never said the family, my lord.
There you are.
Thank you, my lord. And when you were giving the answer, you never informed this court that the address was not given to you. There was new evidence that you put under cross-examination.
I never said the address was given to me.
Was not given to you.
I think in my knowledge,
My recollection is that he did mention that the address was not given to him. That's why he went via the police station.
Okay,
Yes.
let's continue. Can I continue, my lord?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. As a police officer, when you receive a call to attend a crime scene, do you rely on someone else to give you the location of the address to attend? Or you can be able to investigate the address on your own? Which one are you supposed to do?
I always search for the address on my own, my lord.
Uma ngabe ke nanjengephoyisa uma ngabe ke ngithola umbiko ukuthi kunesehlakalo endaweni ethize engivamisa ukuthi ukwenzeka ukuthi indawo leyo mina ngiyiphenyele ukuthi ke kukuphi.
Okay.
Only if the address,
Yes.
I wanted to say something, the advocate stopped me.
Okay.
Then, in this case, you only got the address when you were at the Fort Loras police station, is that correct?
I only got the address when I met the police in hospital. They are the ones who led me to the crime scene, my lord.
Ikheli lona ke ngalithola noma indawo leyo ngayithola ke uma sengifika lamaphoyisa ayesesibhedlela ibona ke angithatha ahamba nami angisa khona lapho.
Okay. Let me get this right from you. Upon receiving the request to attend the crime scene, where first did you go to?
I went to the station, police station in Fort Loras, my lord.
Ngaqala police station Fort Loras.
Did you get the address for the crime scene at the police station Fort Loras?
The CS, I went to the community service center in Fort Loras. Then the officer, I'm not sure who is that officer, and then he contacted the vehicle outside.
Okay, can you just answer the question? Did you get the address at the Fort Loras police station?
No, I didn't. my
Police
lord.
station ke angizange ngiyithole i-address noma ikheli la isehlakalo senzeka khona.
And that on its own caused the delay in you attending the crime scene. Is that so?
That's correct, my lord.
Nalokho ke ikona ke nako kwabangela ukuthi kube nokulibaziseka ekuthini ngiyofika la isehlakalo senzeka khona.
Okay. Then from the police station, where did you go to?
I went to the hospital in Butsilong, my lord.
Ngase uma ngisuka lapho ngaya ke esibhedlela eButhilongo.
What was the reason for you to go there?
I was to meet the vehicle, the police vehicle, which was supposed to take me to the crime scene, my lord.
Khona ke eButhilongo ngizohlangana khona ke nemoto eyamaphoyisa eyayizongithatha ingise khona ke la ikheli lesehlakalo la likhona.
Was there not a way for you to get the address from the police station and then go straight to the crime scene without causing unnecessary further delays of going to Butsilong Hospital?
In order so that I can be able to respond quick, instead of searching for the address, the alternative can be if someone can lead me to the crime scene, then I will be able to respond quicker than when searching the address on my own.
Kunokuthi ke ngiyifunele ikheli mina ke kuyindlela ke ngicabanga ukuthi ke kwakuyiyona engazolibazisa ukuthi ke kube nomuntu ongiholayo ohamba nami angise khona la isehlakalo senzeka khona.
Okay. On your arrival at the hospital, what did you do?
I approached the marked vehicle, which was just parking at the car parking. I went straight to them and I spoke to them. Then they acknowledged they were speaking with the CSC commander. Then they took me to the crime scene.
Uma ngifika lapho ke ngabona ke imoto le ephawuliwe yamaphoyisa ngase ngiyakubona ngakhuluma nabo ke bangithatha bona ke bangihambisa.
Okay. So how long did you spend in hospital before leaving to the from hospital to the scene?
It was a very short time, my lord. Can be a minute or two.
Kwakuyisikhathi esincane kakhulu ke engasithatha lapho esibhedlela mhlasimpe nje umzuzu noma emibili ngaphambilini kokuthi sihambe.
Okay.
Can you repeat? Are you saying at hospital you might have only spent 2 minutes communicating with the police officers?
That's correct, my lord.
When exactly did you meet for the first time with Colonel Ndlovu?
On the date of the crimes, on the date of the incident, my lord.
UKenel Ndlovu ke ngizohlangana naye ke ngaleliya langa besehlakala.
Where exactly in these 3 spots? There is police station, there is hospital, there is crime scene.
The crime scene, my lord.
Hlangana naye ke kuleya ndawo yesehlakala.
Okay. Then for the purpose of this cross-examination, can you now define to this court what is the crime scene? So that we don't confuse these 3 spots. What is the crime scene?
A crime scene is a place where an unlawful or prohibited act occurred.
Indawo yesehlakalo ke ila kuthe kwehla khona noma kwenzeka khona ke okungavumelekile noma okungekho emthethweni.
Okay. Would you also agree with me that crime scene is the place wherein the offense has been committed?
That's correct, my lord.
La sehlakala noma lokho ke engekho emthethweni kwenzeka khona.
So from these 3 spots, police station, hospital, and the house, which one is the crime scene here?
The house is a crime scene, my lord.
Indlu ke le esikhuluma ngayo la lo isehlakalo senzeka khona.
So let us stop referring the hospital as a crime scene, because that's not where the incident took place. Is correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Isibhedlela ke akusikhona la isehlakalo senzeka khona.
Okay. The instruction or the call you got was for you to attend the crime scene.
That's correct, my lord.
Ucingo ke engalithola kwaukuthi angiye kule ndawo noma kuleyo ndawo la isehlakalo senzeka khona.
As a result of your ignorance, you delayed reaching or attending to the call timelessly.
I don't understand what is the basis for saying on the basis of your ignorance. I mean,
What leads you to use the word ignorance?
My Lord, I am saying because after the witness getting the address, he did not go straight to the police station. He did not use his own investigation to get to the address, the location.
What investigation? What type of investigation are you thinking of? Would it be going around asking?
Asking, yes. I'm referring to verifying the address on his own instead of getting it from other people.
Verifying and asking are 2 different things.
As the
Verifying is when you have an idea this is the place, but you want to make sure it is the place. But here we are talking about asking about where the address is.
Yes, my Lord.
Yeah, and but then you're putting the word ignorant. The only problem is the word ignorance.
Ignorant.
Yes.
As the court pleases, my Lord. I can just rephrase it.
All right.
As the court pleases, my Lord. Okay, let's move on. From the crime scene, from the hospital to the crime scene. First time when you arrived there, are there any police officers that you find at the crime scene?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo akhona ke amaphoyisa engafica ekhona uma ngabe sengifika ke la isehlakalo senzeka khona.
Where exactly at the crime scene were they?
They were inside the yard. Others were inside the house. Few were inside the house. Others were outside with Brigadier Ndlovu.
Banye ke babe ngaphandle ke kanye naye uBrigadier Ndlovu bekhona ke noma ekhona ke amanye amaphoyisa angaphakathi endlini.
Okay. So roughly they were scattered around the crime scene.
In the yard, my lord.
Babe khona ke bela eyadini abanye babophe.
And you found other police officers inside the house wherein the incident is alleged to have taken place.
That's correct, my lord.
Amanye amaphoyisa ngawathola phakathi ke endlini la kuthiwa ke isehlakalo senzeka khona.
So that on that one alone, finding the police officers inside the house wherein the shooting incident took place. Does not that mean that there is a possibility or there was a possibility of interference with the crime scene? By mere effect of finding the members of the SAPS inside the house where the shooting incident took place.
Can you repeat your question lastly? Sorry for
The
that.
question is simply the fact that when you arrived, not only were there police officers within the yard, there were members of the police
In the house.
literally inside the house.
That's correct, my lord.
And the question she is posing to you is that their presence inside the house where the shooting took place, doesn't that lay the crime scene bare to contamination or interference? Because people other than those who were there when the shooting happened are now also in the house. And people who may come to investigate may find whatever the other police officers left in the house, be it shoe prints, be it whatever forensic evidence that we might obtain.
That can be possible, my lord.
That can be possible.
Yebo kona ke lokho kunganjalo ke ukuthi ngokuthi bangene noma amaphoyisa wathole engaphakathi endlini ukuthi lokho ke kunganako ke ukuthi kulabo bazofika baphenye kube khona ke ukuphazamiseka okukhona.
Okay, so that's possibility number one.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. And then secondly, you testified that you lifted or you took DNA swabs from the door handle of the main door and the door handles inside the house, respectively. You remember that?
I remember that, my lord.
Ngiyakhumbula ke ngisho ukuthi ke kuphenyo lwami ke ukuthi khona ke ngaqosha khona ke ubufakazi ke kwisicapha kanye futhi ke nala ubamba khona noma ke handle lesicapha ngaphakathi endlini.
And because you found the police officers inside the house, you don't know if they have touched those door handles before you lifted the exhibits, referring to the DNA swabs that you took.
That's correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi angazi ke noma amaphoyisa lawo ngoba ngawathola ngaphakathi endlini ukuthi bona ke abazange yini bathinte kulawo ma handles esicapha.
And the evidence, sorry my lord, not the evidence. The allegations are that the intruder used the kitchen door, opened the kitchen door to enter, to gain entry inside the house. Do you understand that?
I do understand that, my lord.
So you could have found the real results from the door handle of the main kitchen door. Do you understand me?
I understand, but according to my discretion on the crime scene, the kitchen door is the main is the door that is mostly used in the house. And we decided not to collect any evidence from the kitchen door.
From the kitchen.
Engakufika ke noma ke engakuthola ke nkathi ngifika lapho ukuthi ke isicapha lesi ke sase kitchen sona ke esisetshenziswa isikhathi esiningi sase isikhathi sinqumo ke sokuthi singathathi ubufakazi noma ke singenzi lutho sona.
But it is alleged that the intruder used the same door to enter the house.
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo ke insolo nomfaka no insolo ke zithi lo owangena ke wasebenzisa sona ke loso sicaba.
But you decided not to take any evidence or to lift any evidence from that door handle.
That's correct, my lord.
Kodwa kunjalo ukuthi kuyisinqumo esasithatha thina ke ukuthi singaxoshi lutho noma ubufakazi kuleso sicaba.
Okay. Besides the members of the SAPS that you found inside the house, were there any members of the family that you found inside the house on your arrival?
That's correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniswa ukuthi ngaphandle kwamaphoyisa engawathola ngaphakathi ke bakhona ke nabomndeni abatholakala ababengaphakathi endlini.
How many and who are they, if you still remember?
I remember, I know one person by name is Kelly Kumalo and 4 adults.
Ngikhumbula ke uyedwa ke ngikhumbula ngegama ke uKelly Khumalo kanye naba u4
And there were again 2 children.
neingane ezimbili.
What was Kelly Kumalo doing inside the house when you arrived?
They were sitting in the seat.
What was Kelly Kumalo?
They were sitting. They were sitting. The detective were busy taking the statement.
Babehlezi phansi ke ama detectives noma abaseshi ke babethatha istatement.
What was Kelly Kumalo doing when you arrived?
I am not sure what was she doing, my lord.
Angasiqiniseko ke sokuthi uKelly Khumalo wayenzani inkathi ngifika.
The other 4 that you have referred this court to, what were they doing?
In fact, on my arrival, I had to take care of. I had to take control of the crime scene.
What do you mean by that?
I had to take control of the crime scene to make sure that the crime scene it was now under under me as a forensic.
What exactly
Then
did you do?
I asked them to be out of the house for taking down the statement so that I can be able to assess my crime scene.
Okwenzeka ke nkathi ngifika mina ke kwaseke manje ke indawo leyo ke sehlakalo iphansi kwami noma ilawulwa yimina ngase ngibacela ukuthi baphumeke ukuthi istatement bayithathele kwenye indawo ngizokwazi ukuthi ngiqhubeke ngomsebenzi engizowenza.
Okay. Tell us exactly, what did you do in taking control of the crime scene? Who are they when you say, I asked them?
The people who were on the crime scene, I can't even know their names, my lord.
Ngikhuluma ke ngabantu ababekhona ke lapho angisabakhumbuli ke amagama abo.
There is a problem if you don't know evidence that you are testifying about. You are the one who is telling this court that you took over control of the crime scene. And then I'm asking you to be specific. What exactly did you do in taking control of the crime scene? Who did you remove, where, and when?
I removed everyone who was in the house.
Ngakhipha ke wonke umuntu owaye ngaphakathi endlini.
Yes. And then you remained alone.
I was with Brigadier Ndlovu, my lord.
Ngasala ke ngino Brigadier Ndlovu.
Yeah, why do you have to be fed about that? Okay. Now inside the house is only 2 of you and Brigadier Ndlovu. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Sasala ke sibabili endlini.
Okay. Who was showing or who was pointing the points or the crime scene in terms of the photos that you took and contained in Exhibit A?
It's Brigadier Ndlovu, my lord.
UBrigadier Ndlovu ke umuntu wayengikhombisa ke la kufanele ngithathe khona izithombe.
Was Brigadier Ndlovu there when the incident took place?
I don't have knowledge of that, my lord.
Anginalwazi-ke lokuthi wayekhona nkathi isehlakalo lesi senzeka.
So it is common cause. You are a police officer. It is common cause that there was no police officer who was there when the incident took place, including Brigadier Ndlovu. He also attended the crime scene after the incident had been reported. That's common cause.
That's correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso-ke ukuthi alikho iphoyisa elalikhona-ke nkathi kwenzeka lokhu kanye naye-ke futhi uBrigadier Ndlovu uzofika sekwenzekile.
On that note, was Brigadier Ndlovu a good person or a qualified person to show you the spots?
That's correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso yebo wayewumuntu ofanelekile noma oyena-ke ukuthi angangitshengisa-ke ukuthi yiziphi indawo ekufanele ngithathe iy'thombe.
How do you know if he had showed you the wrong spots? How do you
I won't be able to answer that, my lord.
Angengikwazi-ke ukuthi ngiphendule ukuthi ngazi kanjani-ke uma ngabe wangitshengisa indawo engasizona.
So there is a possibility also that he could have misled you in showing the points because he was not there when the incident took place.
I cannot be able to answer that as well, my lord.
Nalokho-ke ngengikwazi ukuphendula-ke ukuthi ngenzeka-ke ukuthi wangikhombisa indawo engasizona.
That's common cause. You remember, sir, you need to also use your experience here. At the beginning of when you introduce yourself here, you said you are an expert. And also you are a member, an experienced member of the SAPS. The questions I'm asking you not as a lay person, but as a police officer. Do you understand that?
I understand, but I wouldn't like to speculate, my lord.
Ngiyezwa-ke uma uthi-ke ungibuza nanjengephoyisa futhi-ke iphoyisa-ke lomkantshubomvu kodwa-ke angifuni-ke ukuthi ngiphendule into engayazi.
Did Brigadier Ndlovu make any statement to confirm that he is the one who showed you the points that you took and compiled a photo album as a result?
He signed on my scene report, my lord.
Okwenzeka-ke kunombiko-ke wendawo yesehlakalo yena-ke wasayinda khona kuwona-ke uBrigadier Ndlovu. Before we go to Exhibit A, can I ask that Exhibit A be opened there? Before you took the photos, before you enter inside the house, were there any cars outside the house of the crime scene? Were there any cars outside the house?
There was a car outside the yard, my lord.
Excluding the police vehicles.
Excluding the police vehicle, my lord.
Ngaphandleni kweyimoto zamaphoyisa-ke ikhona imoto eyayingaphandle eyadini.
Yeah, which car was there?
It appears on the bundle here.
You can open it. Tell the assistants there.
It's photo 1, my lord, of Exhibit A.
I think if let me see, I can shift. Yeah. I don't know if this camera cannot shift it. I'm sorry, but I need to see the. Yeah. That's the bit. You can bring it back when the witness is done with. Yes. Yes.
Where is it?
Okay. Asking to assist them.
Mr. Interpreter, I think it would be better if Mr. Musia was before you, because when he's struggling to see there, when
Okay.
Mr. standing ahead of him.
Okay. Is that the car that you found at the crime scene?
That's correct, my lord.
Iyona ke imoto engayifika lapha yale.
That's photo number.
Photo number 1, my lord, of Exhibit A.
Yes?
Did you inquire as to whose car was that?
No, I didn't, my lord.
Angizange ngibuzeke ukuthi imoto kabani leya.
Was there no a...
Before we
Sorry.
proceed, can we request all to switch off gadgets? There are gadgets making no noise.
Gadget making noise must be switched off.
I mean, that should be done even before we start with court, please. Yeah, let's proceed.
Thank you, my lord. Let's continue, sir. On your arrival, was the crime scene like that?
That's correct, my lord.
Ekufikeni kwami ke lapha kwakungaleya ndlela esibona ngayo.
Was there no a red Polo Vivo? Was there no a red Polo Vivo motor vehicle?
I can't remember.
Angikhumbuli ke kune Polo Vivo ebomvu ngombala.
There's a problem now if you can't remember and you are the first officer testifying about the condition of the crime scene when you arrived. If you cannot remember, how is the court going to know the condition of the crime scene when you arrived?
The crime scene which I'm supposed to concentrate on, I don't think it can be outside that yard that I'm appearing on photo 1.
Yeah, hence
Cabanga
I'm,
ukuthi ke indawo ke mina kufanele ukuthi kubheke kuyona ke akusikhona la ngaphandle.
yeah, hence I'm asking from your observation when you arrived at the crime scene, was there a red Polo Vivo or no?
I said I can't remember.
Ngithe ke angikhumbuli noma yayikhona ke iPolo Vivo ebomvu ngombala.
And then let's continue with photo number 3. What is depicted there?
On photo 3, it's point A, indicating the door as a point of entry.
Isithombe sesithathu ke sibona khona ke upoint A khombisa ke isicabha la kwangenwa sokugena.
The door in which you did not take
Swaps.
the swabs.
That's correct, my lord.
Isicabha lesi ke ngingazange ngithathe ubufakazi kusona.
Okay. Let's look at the same point from the inside. Now. I think that will be photo number 8. You can go through your photo, the photo that is before you. Yeah. I want us to look at that door from the inside now. Can I ask that no cameras be taken, no photos be taken?
Who is doing that?
They are taking pictures, my lord, down there.
Please, can we stop that? Court orderly, please take care of that and ask your colleagues to help you keep watch. I mean, we addressed this yesterday. Please, let's avoid it. We don't want to be hostile to journalists. You have the right to be here, but once here, you have to abide by the rules. Please help us by doing that. Let's proceed.
Is that the same door? Photo number 8?
It is the same door, my lord.
Ilesi isicabha ke besikhonjisiwe ngaphambilini.
Okay. And then you also talked about the bullet track. You remember that? Bullet track that you followed. Bullet track that you followed.
That's correct, movement.
Yes. Movement, yes.
Ngikhulumile ke nango futhi kuhamba ke kwenhlamvu engakulandela.
Yes. From which point was the bullet track from?
I think that part you're asking me about can be answered better by the ballistic expert, my lord.
Cabanga ukuthi lokho ke yilona kanye ke osebenza ngeibhamu ke noma nange inhlamvu ongaphendula ngcono.
Okay. When you were testifying, if I'm correct, my lord, with my recordings, you said on the following day when you arrived at the crime scene, I together with the task team investigated the scene. As we're investigating, we followed the movement of the bullet and found the bullet behind the glass jars on top of the kitchen unit top.
That's
You remember
correct.
that?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngiyakhumbuleka ngikusho lokho ukuthi sathi ke nkathi siphenya ke futhi ke silandela ukuhamba kwenhlamvu sakuthola ke kumajazi aye ngaphezulu aye khona lapha ekitchen.
But I'm asking you about that. And we are saying it's only the ballistic who can answer to that. It was said by you here in court.
Yes, my lord. I was just doing my job on that day. That was part and parcel of searching the crime scene or the exhibit. And in fact, I was now doing the job that was supposed to be done by ballistic.
Listen.
Ngangenza ke umsebenzi wami ngalelo langa kodwa ke ngenza umsebenzi okungafanele ukuthi wenziwa yimina.
Mr. Mosia,
By mentioning the tracing of a bullet,
Ngokuthi
I know very well I won't be able to give the court the right answers pertaining to the movement of the bullet and stuff, my lord.
ngokuthi ngichaze ukuthi inhlamvu iyahamba kanjani ke ngoba ngazi ukuthi angeke ngikwazi ukuthi nginikezele ngeimpendulo ezifanele.
Mr. Mosia, sir, this is your evidence that is before this court. Do you
That's
understand
correct.
that?
That's correct, my lord.
And I'm asking you questions on what you said before this court.
Okay, I'm listening, my lord.
And I expect you to answer the questions and don't run away and give unnecessary explanations.
I will try to do so, my lord.
I'll read again what you said before this court with the court.
Go on.
Thank you, my lord. I, together with the task team, investigated the scene. As we were investigating, we followed the movement of the bullet and found bullets behind glass jars on top of the kitchen unit top.
That's correct.
Ngasho ke ukuthi salandela ke ukuhamba kwenhlamvu sase sithola ke ngaphezulu nje kwamajazi khona ekitchen.
Then my question is, as you were following the movement, okay, from which point did you start up to which point when you were following the movement?
I cannot be able to explain that, my lord.
Angengikwazi ke ukuchaza ke ukuthi saqala kuphi ke uma silandela ukuhamba kwenhlamvu sabe sesiyophela kuphi nendawo.
So you cannot be able to explain what you said before this court. You cannot be able to explain what you said before this court, to say you followed the bullet movement.
Oh, the point I think you mean can be from the point from the bullet hole. Then we searched the direction that the bullet might have taken.
Okwenzeka ke ukuthi sasuka lapho na ke sibona khona ke imbobo yenhlamvu silandela ke sibona ukuthi ke noma sibheka ke ukuthi yahamba yaya ngakuphi.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm asking. You now remember?
Now I remember.
Ngiyakhumbula ke manje.
Okay. And when you were doing this work, what was your rank by then?
I was a constable, man.
Ngaleso sikhathi ke ngangise uconstable.
Okay. As you were followed, can you go to photo number 8? Oh, that's photo number 8. Then as you were following the bullet's movement, which is the bullet track, from where? From that point that is depicted in photo number 8, where did it move to? We want to follow the movement now. Through your exhibit, you can use your exhibits that are before you. You know better because you are the one who took these pictures.
Must I indicate left or right or mention the place which was?
By naming, yes, just the spot, to say maybe from the door to the wall or to whatever
From
that is
the door, it fell on top of the kitchen unit top.
Yes, let's see that kitchen unit top that you are referring to.
Then that was that a kitchen unit top will appear on the bundle, on another bundle which is exhibit B, and photos were taken by Colonel Mhlahlo, my lord.
La khona yawela khona ke inhlamvu uzobonakala leso sithombe leso exhibit B, lezo ke ithombe zona zathathwa uColonel Mhlahlo.
And I can take you through that exhibit B and
Yes.
it's from a bundle, exhibit B, photo number 123.
Isithombe 123 la exhibit B.
What is shown on that photo? What is shown on that photo number 123?
I'm just taking the court to the photo, the first photo where the exhibit what exhibit is that?
Remember,
It's
we're-
exhibit 1.
We are following the bullet movement, my lord.
Yes.
Okay. Photo number 23,
123.
123 of exhibit B, my lord.
One 123. 123.
123.
Yes.
Okay. Explain to the court what is depicted there, following from photo number 8 that we have just referred this court to.
It's an arrow pointing sticker at the back of the kitchen door.
Don't you have a pointer? Don't you have a pointer?
No, I don't have.
Okay,
Will I have to
continue.
go there? It's an arrow pointing sticker at the back of the kitchen door, pointing a bullet hole.
Laphayana ke masibona ngasemuva ke kwisicapha nesitike sabekwa laphayana esikhomba ke imbobo yenhlamvu.
Okay. And you have just said this picture was not taken by you. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngishilo ukuthi lesi isithombe azange sithathwe yimina.
If I may ask, what prevented you from taking this picture on the first time when you arrived at the scene?
I think on page and photo 8, the same photo appears, my lord.
No, it's not.
I'm the one who placed that arrow sticker on the back of the door.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke ku isithombe siwu8 sinaso ke kwa yilesi sithombe mina ke futhi owabeka lesi sticker laphayana.
Is photo number 8 and photo number 123 depicts same picture?
It
that
both
what-
photos depicts the pointing arrow that I was focusing to capture.
Zombini ke le ithombe u8 no123 ikhomba noma ziyinkomba ke ukubona le arrow lena ke engangibheke kuyona.
So it's two different pictures showing the same scenario.
That's correct, my lord.
Ithombe ezimbili kodwa ke ikhomba nje into eyodwa.
Photo number 8, is it from exhibit A? Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Let's continue with the bullet movement now. We're from photo number 8 to 123.
And-
where else?
And photo 124. Photo 124 indicates the place where we were following or searching the bullet.
U124 ukhomba ke noma sitshengisa ke indawo le esasilandela kuyona ke inhlamvu.
And it shows the 2 glass jars and some other kitchen items on top of the kitchen unit.
Ikhombisa ke noma itshengisa ke lamaja amabili ke eglass.
Photo number 124 in exhibit.
B, my lord.
B, my lord.
Yes?
And photo 126.
Okay, just wait before we move on there. When was that photo taken?
It was taken during the day, my lord.
That day.
During the day on the date of the scene,
Le-
incident.
Lesiyana ke isithombe sathathwa ke kusemini ngelanga lesehlakalo.
When you say during the day, on the day, remember the evidence was that, let me ask, at what time in terms of day and night did you understand the intruders to have come? Was it during the day or during the night?
The intruders might have come the previous evening around 8 o'clock, according to my statement.
So when you say the bullet was found during the day, you mean that after the incident, the bullet was discovered after daybreak of the following day?
I attended the crime scene during the night, my lord.
Yes.
And I was mentioning that the photos were taken during the day.
During the day?
Yes, some
Yeah.
some
So
other
That
photos.
would have been after daybreak,
That's
because
correct, my lord.
you attended it in the night. After daybreak, the photographers came.
That's correct, my lord.
Ngisho ukuthi isehlakalo senzeka sona ke kusebusuku nobufakazi ke noma insolo zithi laba bangena kusebusuku kodwa isithombe lesike asithi kuyilanga elilandelayo ke emini ukuthathwa kwaso.
Okay, maybe to assist me as well to be able to follow these exhibits. When you arrived at the crime scene for the first time, it was midnight, ne? Am I
That's
correct?
correct. That's correct.
Kathi ngifika ke okokuqala laphayana ke kwakusebusuku ke noma ke seshayile ihora leshumi nambili ebusuku.
You took pictures of the crime scene.
That's correct, my lord.
Ngathatha ithombe.
And where are those pictures contained in respect of these two exhibits that are before this court?
These pictures are found
You've got exhibit A and
exhibit A.
Okay.
Yes.
Lezi ezathathwa yimina ke ithombe zona ke ziku exhibit A.
And how many pictures in respect of exhibit A?
It's
How many
8.
photos that you took?
It's 8, my lord.
8 photos.
That's correct.
Ithombe eziwu 80 ke ezathathwa yimina.
And you did not take the one that is depicted in photo number 122-24 of exhibit B.
Yeah, reason.
No, just answer my question.
Yes, I did not, my lord.
Lezi ke ithombe lana ke 124 123 123 124 akuzona ke ezami ithombe.
Okay. When you arrived at the crime scene, you only took 8 pictures and you left.
I
correct?
had to contact
Answer my question. When you arrived at the crime scene, you only took 8 pictures and you left.
I
Is that correct?
did not leave the scene, my lord.
Akuthanga ke emuva kokuthi ngithathe le ithombe eziwu 80 ngase ngihamba.
I mean, you left because it's only 8 pictures that are contained in exhibit A.
Advocate,
My
when
lord.
you say you only took 8 pictures and you left, it means you opened the door, shot 8 pictures and left.
My
And
apo-
that's why you are getting difficulties with it.
My apologies, my lord, of using that, but I was trying to say, to mean, from your first visit at the crime scene, you only took pictures that are contained in this
That's correct.
exhibit. Is that so?
That's correct.
Kathi ngiyake okokuqala laphayana ngathatha nje lezi ithombe eziwu 80.
And this exhibit only contains 8 photos.
That's correct, my lord.
Futhi ke le exhibit lena ineyithombe eziwu 8.
Then that is why I was asking then to say, it means when you attended the crime scene, you only took 8 photos as they are contained here.
No,
and did not take.
no, advocate.
Sorry, my lord.
He took only 8 pictures, not he only took 8 pictures. Because other than taking 8 pictures, he could have done other things.
Oh, thank you, my lord. I'm just asking in respect of the number of pictures.
Yes,
Thank
but
you, my lord.
your word order suggests that all he did is get there, shoot 8 pictures and leave.
Okay.
But if you were to say, when you got there, you took only 8 pictures,
Okay.
he could have done other things.
Thank you.
I think that's why you are getting difficulties with him.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Mosia, I am asking you right now in respect of the photos that you took and nothing else in this question. In your first visit, you only took 8 pictures. Is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Ngathi-ke ngiya okokuqala ngathatha iy'thombe eziwu-8 kuphela.
And in respect of pictures, you only took 8 pictures
That's
that are
correct.
as are contained in Exhibit A.
That's correct, ma'am.
Okwey'thombe-ke ngathatha nje eziwu-8 kuphela ilezi-ke ey'tholakalayo ku-Exhibit A.
And I'm asking, my lord, if I can continue.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, my lord. And I'm asking,
You are well within
Thank
a good pace, so just go.
thank you, my lord. And then I'm asking photo number 124. Where is photo number 124? Why that photo 124 was not taken by yourself on the first time when you arrived at the scene?
Seeing the weight of this case, I had to, as we usually do, if I see that the case is a little bit challenging to me, I had to contact my duty officer and explain to him about the crime scene and the seriousness of it, and he contacted the crime scene management task team from Gauteng province.
Ngokwenjwayelo-ke uma kwenzeka-ke uye ubheke-ke isindo secala obhekene nalo noma-ke uphenyo olwenzayo-ke ngase-ke ngixhumana naloyo engiripotha kuyena-ke yena-ke kwase kuba uyena-ke oxhumana nethimba-ke le-province lase-Gauteng.
Mr. Musia, I want to get it clear from you. Are you telling this court that it was tough for you at the crime scene? Is that what you are telling this court? It was tough at the crime scene? If I understand what we have just said now.
I cannot say it was tough. It was a bit challenging.
Angeke ngithi-ke kwakunzima kodwa ungasho nje ukuthi kwakunenselela eyayikhona.
Okay, we want to understand this challenge. What is it exactly that stopped you from taking that picture when you were at the scene with Brigadier Ndlovu? First time when you attended the crime scene. What prevented you from not taking that picture?
I had to wait for the task team to arrive so that we can proceed together, my lord.
You don't want to answer my question.
Kwakufaneleke ukuthi ngilinde-ke ithimba-ke lifike sizosebenzisana.
As the court please, really, my lord, we don't want to interfere with my learned friend's cross-examination, but the witness has mentioned that this bullet point was discovered the following day, not on the night when he was there alone. So he couldn't have taken the picture because the bullet point was not yet discovered.
Before you proceed, earlier on he has just told us that there is a practice in place.
Sorry, my lord.
He also said that there is a practice in place in terms of which when they assess the weight in the case, they have a habit of summoning additional help from wherever. I can't remember what he said. So whatever he was, when he called people for people on that day, he was not doing something new that had never been done. And then there's also what Advocate Goveni is saying to the effect that that bullet hole was only discovered on a subsequent day, not on the night of the shooting.
I understand, my lord.
Yeah.
I agree with the lordship sentiment. However, my lord, I want to get it from this witness. If there was anything that prevented him at the crime scene, my lord, from taking this picture that made him to see that, okay, now I need to take this to the head or to the superiors because I'm now encountering some problems or some difficulties.
Okay. There's the question.
Thank you, my lord.
Mr.
Nothing prevented me, my lord.
Thank you.
Akukho ke okwangivimba noma okwakungivimba ukuthi singathathwa yimina lesi sithombe.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. And also, if I understand from that picture, at night when you arrived, did you do any examination in that area?
I did not, my lord. That was the
But-
time I decided to contact the crime scene management team, task team, my lord.
Nkathi ke ngifika lapha ebusuku ke angizange bekho uphenyo engilenzayo kule ndawo esibonayo ileso sikhathi ke la ngithatha isinqumo khona ke ukuthi angixhumane ne crime scene management.
And you left, sorry, my lord.
Yes.
Can I proceed, my lord?
Yeah, proceed.
Thank you.
Proceed. Don't wait for me.
Oh, thank you. And you stopped or you ceased from conducting investigation in that point without any difficulties that you encountered and left the scene. Is that correct?
I needed some help from the upper offices, my lord.
Akwenzeka ke ukuthi ngangifuna ke usizo kulabo ke engathi ke bangaphezulu kumina.
And you needed help when there was no difficulty and there were no challenges that you encountered at that point in time at night when you arrived for the first time at the scene.
Can you repeat your question?
And you needed help when you had not encountered any difficulties in conducting the investigation in that point depicted in photo number 124.
The question is, Mr. Musia, here you are dealing with a crime scene, you have no difficulties. Instead of continuing with your work, you decided to summon what you call upper offices.
That's correct.
And even stop proceeding with examining because you are still waiting.
That's correct,
She's questioning why you had to wait if you had no difficulties proceeding on your own.
If you have no answer,
I got no answer for that.
Anginayo ke impendulo yokuthi kwakunganike ukuthi ngilindeke abangaphezulu kumina ke kodwa ke kwakungenankinga eyayingivimba ukuthi ngiqhubeke mina ngenze uphenyo.
and do you agree with me that the very same spot that you omitted to investigate first time when you arrived at the scene, it's when it is said that there is an exhibit that was recovered from that spot. Am I correct?
Correct.
Kuyiqiniso ke nokuthi ke leya ndawo engazange ngiqhubekeke ngiphenye kuyona ke iyona ke indawo la kwatholakala khona ke ubufakazi.
And the exhibit that was recovered from that spot depicted in photo number 124 was also recovered on the following day when you attended the crime scene for the second time. Whether it's on the following day or on the same
It was
night,
the same day, ma'am.
same day,
Because I
but
arrived
on
on
the
the
second time, second visit.
Second visit, my lord.
Okay.
Futhi ke lobo bufakazi batholakala ke uma ngabe sengibuyela ke okwesibili. Ilanga elilodwa kodwa nje uma ngabe sengibuyela okwesibili.
Who was in control of the house, the crime scene, when you left
I handed
after the first visit?
I handed the crime scene back to Brigadier Ndlovu and I explained the reason for my leaving the crime scene.
Ngase ngishiya ke ezandleni zakhe uBrigadier Ndlovu uma sengihamba ke ngasho futhi ke ngisho izathu zokuthi ngihambe.
Mr. Musia, please learn to answer the question. Just answer, give answer, not stories.
Must I say yes or no?
No, the question was very clear. Who was, and you'll correct me if I'm misquoting,
Thank you, my lord.
who was in charge of the crime scene when you left? Or whom did you leave in charge of the crime scene?
I've answered that, my lord. I've said I handed the crime scene back to Brigadier Ndlovu, and I explained to him.
That's the answer I wanted.
Okay, thank
Forget
you.
about explaining.
Thank you.
That question is still coming.
Thank you, my lord.
Okay. We're going to move like that.
The-
Thank you, my lord. And that Brigadier Ndlovu is the same brigadier who could not give you the address of the crime scene that you were supposed to attend when he called you or when he summoned you to come and attend the crime scene. Is it the same brigadier?
That's correct, my lord.
Sikhuluma ke ngoBrigadier Ndlovu oyedwa ke noma kusewuyena ke loyana owaxhumana nami kodwa ke engakwazi ke ukuthi anginikeze ikheli lokuthi angiye kuphi nendawo.
And the conduct of that Brigadier Ndlovu delayed you or caused you to arrive at the crime scene later than the expected time because he did not give you the address of the crime scene. Is that so?
I cannot answer to that, my lord.
Angengikwazi ke uphendula ke ukuthi ukwenza kwakhe ke yikona okwabambela ukuthi ngingafiki ke ngesikhathi esifanele.
But Mr. Musia, I think had he called you and said to you, there's an incident that just happened at this place, this is the address, this is how you go there. I think she's insinuating that
Thank you,
that
my
had,
lord.
taken place, you would have been at this crime scene sooner than you did.
Okay, then now I understand, my lord. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Now, can you answer the question?
On his reporting, on his call, he said to me, there's a soccer star, Senzo Meyiwa, is being shot. I'm not in the position of an address of the crime scene. You go to the hospital.
Wathi ke uma esexhumana nami ke wathi kumina kunomdlali ke webhola odutshukiwe uSenzo Meyiwa ngeshwa ke angikwazi ukuthi ngikunikeze ikheli lokuthi kwenzeke kuphi kodwa ke hamba uye esibhedlela.
Yeah, but that was not my question. I was saying, is it the same Colonel Brigadier Ndlovu who had failed to give you the address of the crime scene, the one that you also handed the crime scene to after taking
That's correct,
the
ma'am.
pictures?
Yebo yilo ya Brigadier Ndlovu ongazange akwazi ke uma mkathi engifonela ukuthi anginikeze ikheli lokuthi kwenzeka kuphi lokho.
Brigadier Ndlovu, I understand, is a senior member of the SAPS. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Futhi ke uphezulu kakhulu ke emaphoyiseni uBrigadier Ndlovu.
For a police officer, after receiving a complaint, is it not expected of the police officer to verify the address where the complaint is alleged or is reported to have been committed? I'm not referring to Brigadier Ndlovu, I'm referring to just to any member of the SAPS when he receives the complaint. Is it not expected of that member to verify the address?
Yes, it is, my lord.
Yebo into elindelekile ke uma ngabe iphoyisa ke noma yiliphi ke iphoyisa lithola umbiko ukuthi kunesehlakalo esenzekile ukuthi ke enze isiqinisekiso sokuthi ikuphi leyo ndawo.
And in this case, Brigadier Ndlovu did not do that. And he called you and he told you that he does not know the address of the crime scene and referred you to somewhere else.
That's correct, my lord.
Lana ke uBrigadier Ndlovu akazange akwenzeke lokho waxhumana nami ke wangitshela ke ukuthi angiye kwenye indawo ekungasiyona le isehlakalo esenzeka kuyona.
Okay. let's go back there. I was at the time now when you took those pictures on the following day. Okay? You had left that spot depicted in 124 with Brigadier Dlovu.
That's correct.
You left.
Ngashiya ke laphayana uma ngabe sengihamba ngashiya le ndawo ikhonjiswayo kulesa sithombe ngishiya ke kuyena ke uBrigadier Dlovu.
And you are not in a position to tell the court the condition of that picture. 124. Do you see that?
I see it.
You are not in a position to tell the court the condition of that picture a day before when you arrived for the first time. You did not take any notice.
I did not take any notice.
Isimo ke salesi sithombe ke nkathi ngifika kokuqala ke angizange nje ngisinake noma ngisiqaphele.
Okay. What was the reason for you to come back for the second time at the crime scene?
I've mentioned at first that I was on standby for several stations. It happened during the time I was waiting for the task team to arrive. I remember I had two cases. It was a robbery and the other one was not that serious. It was an arson in Fostoras and Zonkizizo. I had to leave the scene and hand it back to Brigadier and explain that I will be back as soon as I'm finished with the crime scenes. I'm still waiting for the task team to arrive.
Umbuzo ukuthi kwakuyini ke ibanga lokuthi uphinde ubuyeke okwesibili bese ngishilo ke ukuthi ngangike standby futhi ngibhekene nendawo ezahlukahlukene phakathi kwazo ke izonke izizwe walakhona ke nelinye icala ngathi ke uma sengihamba ngimchazela ke uBrigadier Dlovu ngamtshela ke ukuthi futhi ngizobuya futhi ke uma ngabe sengiqedile ngale.
Okay. Now when you arrived for the second time, how many people did you find inside the house? Were there any people or there were no people? Describe the crime scene when you arrived.
When I arrived, there was no one in the outside. I never went inside the house. I was still waiting for. There were police. The crime scene was full of people living on the outside in the morning.
Ngathi ngabuya ke bekhona ke abantu futhi begcwele bebaningi abantu nangaphandle ke uma ngisengibuye ekseni.
Okay. So there were many people outside the house and inside the house.
Outside the yard.
Babe baningi abantu ngaphandle kweyard.
On the street.
By people, what do you mean?
Bystanders.
Abantu ababili nje bebuka.
Okay. Inside the house?
I was waiting for the task team inside the vehicle, and I've warned those people whom we decided not to frequent with the crime scene. Then they rather use the bedroom that I explained to the court.
I never asked that.
No,
I never asked that.
I'm explaining.
Were there any people you found inside the house when you arrived?
I never went inside the house.
Yes.
Angenanga ke ngaphakathi endlini uma ngabe sengibuya ke okwesibili.
Yet you went there and your intention of going back to that house was to do investigations, but you did not verify if there were any people inside the house. Is that what you are telling us?
I was still waiting for the task team to arrive, my lord.
Ngangisalindele ke ithimba ke ukuthi lifike.
Mr. Mosia, are there any people you found inside the house when you came for the second time?
It was a crime scene, my lord. I had never went inside the house before the task team arrived.
Kwakuyindawo ke yesihlakalo nkathi ngibuya okwesibili angenanga ngaphakathi ngoba ngangisalinde ke i-task team.
Whether before or after the arrival of the task team, were there any people you found inside the house when you arrived for the second time?
You see, that's another question. Your initial question was when you arrived. So now you are saying at any other given time, even after the arrival of the team. Is that your question?
When he arrived for the second time,
Yes.
were there any people that he found inside the house?
Yeah, and then his answer was, when I arrived, I didn't enter.
Enter the
I
house.
waited for the team.
Okay, thank you, Madam. Can I then rephrase this question?
Yes.
As soon as you entered inside the house now,
Yeah.
were there any people you find?
No, the scene was all right. Was clean.
Was
The
all right.
The crime scene was clean. I'm sorry about that.
Nkathi sengena-ke ngathi-ke nje i-crime scene yayiclean. Umbuzo ukuthi-ke ngalesikhathi-ke uthe uma ungena wathola bekhona yini abantu?
I'm going to repeat this question. As soon as you entered inside the house, were there any people you found inside the house, Mr. Bosia?
I cannot be certain about some of my answers because this thing happened 8 years back.
No, but this is a simple question. This is a simple question about whether when you entered, isn't it when you got there, you did not enter immediately. You waited for your team.
That's correct, my lord.
After the team arrived, you eventually entered.
That's
The
correct.
question is, when you eventually entered, were there people inside the house?
As I was saying, I was trying to answer, but maybe I mentioned it wrong. I said that the crime scene was clean. In that case, there was no one.
Uma singena-ke kwakungenamuntu.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you put it in a way that me and her cannot understand.
Yes,
Because
my lord.
the question was specific about people. Now, clean is something else to us. Okay, he says clean means there was no one.
Means there were no people inside the house.
That's correct.
Yes?
Let's move on to picture number 125.
Before you do that, I think it's now lunchtime.
Oh, sorry, my lord. Sorry, my lord.
Can we cut, like we did yesterday, cut lunch shorter, be back at 1:45? If no one is inconvenienced.
That's the court business. That's the court business, my lord.
All right.
told Advocate Mshololo is not in court. I thought that happens over lunchtime. I can't. Mr. Musia, if we agree upon time and you won't make it, tell us so that we don't come back here to wait. Tell us so that we agreed upon a workable time. Okay, let's proceed. I was just saying to Mr. Musia, if we agree upon time and you feel it won't be workable for you, tell us so that we don't come back and wait. And I'm not saying it because it's you who is late this time. I'm saying it for everyone. Mr. Musia, you still under oath? Let's proceed.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Musia, sir, let's just take it easy now. We're going to go back a little bit back to the questions I'd asked regarding the tampering of the crime scene. But in the picture there was still in photo number 124, if it can be left open like that so that we can be able to resume from the exhibits that were retrieved there. Mr. Musia, in your examination in chief, was it your evidence that you found 7 people and you took them into a bedroom 2?
I asked them.
You asked them?
Yes.
Okay.
Ngabacela ke labantu engithi ngafica bekhona ke lapha bawu7 ukuthi nje ba shiftele kwelinye ikamu.
But then today you're saying you remove everyone inside the house. Did I get you correct? Today.
Yeah, you were correct. You got me correct, my lord.
Yes, you told this court that you asked all the people, or you removed, that's the word you used, you removed everyone inside the house.
By the time I was beginning with my investigation, my lord.
Ngesikhathi ke ngizoqala ngaso noma engangizoqala ngaso uphenyo lwami ngase ngikhipha wonke ke umuntu endlini.
So it means on the previous occasion when you said you took the 7 people and instructed them to get into a bedroom 2, that was not correct.
What I explained at first, my lord. Since it was during the night and there were 2 children with those people, I suggested they not for them not to disturb the crime scene. If maybe they someone wants to sleep or the children wants to sleep, I may allow them to use that bedroom that I've mentioned, my lord.
Ebengikusho ke ngaphambilini ukuthi ke nanjengoba kwakunezingane ezayikhona ukuthi ke uma ngabe mhlasimpe kunomuntu ofisa ukuthi ayolala noma ingane ifisa ukuthi yolala basebenzise le kamera.
Mr. Musia, I want the explanation from you regarding the discrepancy here. In your examination in chief, you said the 7 people, you put them in bedroom 2. And today you say you remove them from the house.
During my investigation, my lord.
Yes.
Can we understand? You speak about not finding it proper to get everyone out of the house because there were children among those people, and you could not get them to be outside the house. And at the same time, you speak about getting everyone out of the house when you were starting with investigations.
That's correct, my lord.
Was it in the evening or was it in the morning
It was midnight, my lord.
when you got everyone out of the house,
That's correct, my lord.
including the people in the room?
That's correct, my lord.
Kwakusesebusuku-ke noma seshayile-ke ihora lashumi nambili uma ngabe sengibakhipha-ke abantu bonke ukuthi abaphume endlini.
Yes.
But my lord, I'm still not answered yet between these two versions. Which one that happened? Did you put or did you confine the 7 people in a bedroom, or did you remove the 7 people outside the house?
My lord, during my investigation, the house was supposed to be, everyone was supposed to be out in the crime scene, and of which I did. But after I've done my scene, securing the exhibit that appear on the exhibit A, then I suggested to accommodate those people because it was during the night. I allowed them to enter and to use the single bedroom that I have mentioned.
Okwenzekayo-ke ukuthi kathi-ke ngenza uphenyo lami-ke kufanele ukuthi-ke le ndawo engiphenya kuyo-ke noma engisebenzela kuyona-ke kungabi namuntu. Into-ke leyo engayenza ngase ngibacela-ke ukuthi baphumele ngaphandle. Ngase ngithi-ke uma sengiqedile ngoba-ke ngibona ukuthi labantu-ke futhi kusebusuku khona-ke ney'ngane ngathi-ke abasebenzise leliya ikamera engilishilo.
Okay, I will note that you are giving 2 different answers. Let's move on. Besides taking pictures at night when you arrived for the first time, is there any investigation that you conducted at the crime scene? We know about 8 pictures that you took and left. What else did you do?
I secured the exhibits that were lying on the kitchen floor, my lord.
Ngaphandleni kwey'thombe eziwu-8 engayithatha-ke ngase ngihlanganisa-ke nobufakazi lobu baxoshwa phansi-ke ekhishini.
Which exhibits? Show us that you secured the exhibits.
It's exhibit B on photo 4, exhibit A.
Photo number 4.
Yes, exhibit A, my lord.
Yes.
It's B.
Khombisa-ke noma utshengisa zona-ke noma bona-ke ubufakazi lobu athi wabuhlanganisa-ke baxoshwa phansi ukhomba kuyena-ke u-B. B.
That was a black white Scotch hat.
Okay.
And exhibit A1, it's a crime scene cone indicating a bullet fragment that was found on the floor.
Beke uyena-ke u-A1.
That was exhibit what?
A1, my lord.
Where is A1 exactly in relation to the head?
B is indicating the head.
Yes.
U-B uyena ke utshengisa namakhombisa ke isikhoko.
And A1?
A1 is a bullet, it's a bullet fragment.
How far is bullet fragment between from the head? Can you zoom out that picture?
Bullet fragment is A1.
Mr. Masia, where is your computer?
No, someone is operating that site.
Are you an of- are you
I
an-
won't be able to operate that, my lord.
Are you an official photographer?
I'm a photographer.
After we have taken the pictures from the crime scene, how do you store those pictures?
There's someone who's downloading our images into a CD, my lord.
Is the computer operative on the screen yours? The
No,
one-
someone is operating it.
Yeah, is it yours? Is it your computer?
No, it's not my computer.
Oh, okay.
Okay. What
The-
was your answer
The
then to the
distance,
distance?
it's A1 and B. I've indicated 0.3 meter.
U-0.3 meter ke ibanga phakathi ke kuka A1 kanye no B.
Okay. What else did you do? What else did you do besides taking the pictures of those two exhibits? We have taken 8 photos, then now we have shown 2 exhibits that you also took the pictures of. What else did you do?
And I collected the exhibits.
Ngase ke ubufakazi lobo ngibuhlanganisa.
Yes. Yeah, you are testifying now, Mr. Musia. You collected what?
I collected a head, exhibit A1, exhibit B, and bullet jacket, exhibit A1, and no, that was it.
That was it. And then you left.
Not really leaving the crime scene, my lord. I had to wait for. I had to wait for crime scene management team.
No, but I mean in respect of investigations that you did inside the house. That's the only thing that you did.
That's the only thing that I did.
Kwaphelela lapho ke engakwenza mayela nophenyo khona ke endlini emuva kokuthi ngixoshelwe befakazi ke ngihambanga kwase kufanele ngilinde ithimba elalizofika.
There is a witness who made a statement by the name of Queen Gugungubeni. It's A118 of the docket before this, in this matter. He refers to a person by the name of Meki Piri, who was seen cleaning liquor that was on the floor inside the house. Did you see any liquor on the floor inside the house?
No, I did not see any liquor on the floor, my lord.
Kunofakazi ke ozobizwa ogama lakhe liuQueen Gugungubeni ozothi umenyekeza ubufakazi noma uthula ubufakazi bakhe kuno Maggie Phiri owabona ecleana ke utshwala phansi. Ingabe wabona wena? Cha, angizange ngibone utshwala phansi endlini.
It is, sorry man. It is also mentioned that there were cans that were lying on the ground, on the floor. Did you also see any cans, liquor cans on the floor when you arrived at the scene for the first time?
No, the cans were not on the floor, my lord. Let me refer to these photos. I think they were found on the table.
Ukuthi ke amatheni otshwala wona ke angekho phansi ngicabanga ukuthi atholakala etafuleni.
But they are not contained in Exhibit A from the pictures that were taken by yourself.
They don't.
Kodwa wona ke awekho ku exhibit A leyithombe eziwu8 ezathathwa yimina.
What caused you not to take those pictures when you arrived for the first time at the crime scene?
Oh, I remember very well, my lord. I know I was supposed to use swab first, but mistakenly I investigated the tins for fingerprint, and then we later swabbed the tins.
Okwenzeka ke ukuthi kwakufanele ukuthi iqala ke ngibhekeke ngizame nje ukuthi ngithole ukufakazi wona ke amathini kodwa kithina ke sabe size uphenyo lama fingerprints saseke kamuva sibuyela kuwona ke.
You swapped the tins, what do you mean?
You swab the tin for DNA.
Yeah. Do you still remember my question?
Can you repeat
The
it?
problem is that you are giving answers that have not been asked. I said, did you take pictures of those cans at the first time when you arrived at the scene?
No.
Cha angizange ngiyithathe ke izithombe zawo amathini lawo nkathi ngifika kokuqala lapha yana.
What prevented you from not taking pictures of those cans?
I might have been prevented by deciding to call the crime scene management team so that they can join me and further process the crime scene, my lord.
Kungenzeka ke ukuthi ngavinjwa ukuthi ngathatha isinqumo sokuthi asengibizeke abakwa crime scene management ukuthi bafike ke bazobhekelela ke ekuthini siqhubeke.
Very well. So it means when you attended the scene from the first time, you were not trained. Is that what you are saying?
I am not.
When you attended the crime scene for the first time, you were not trained.
I was trained, my lord.
Ngase ngiqeqeshiwe ke nkathi ngiya lapha yana.
Yeah. But we have just said we are waiting for the senior members to train you on how to.
They got more knowledge than me, my lord.
Bona ke banolwazi ke kakhulu kunami.
So when you arrive at the scene for the first time, you were less trained. Is that what I'm hearing?
I was trained, but we were instructed to utilize the task team if the case seemed to be more challenging.
Ngase ngiqeqeshiwe ke kodwa ke satshelwa ke ukuthi uma ngabe ubona ke ukuthi lo msebenzi ke noma uphenyo lwakhe luneyinselelo ezinazo ufanele ke uthi uthole usizo.
Whatever you are trying to say, at the end, you have just told the court that you were less trained. You needed seniors to train you on how to retrieve exhibits from the crime scene. Is that what you said just now?
I did not say so.
Angishongo ke ukuthi ngangaqeqeshiwe ngokwanele.
Can you repeat what you said? Repeat what you said.
I've said so many things, my lord.
No, regarding the training.
Regarding the
training and the omission of not taking the pictures of the can at the crime scene.
My decision of contacting the crime scene management, it is the reason why I did not further investigated.
Isinqumo sami ke sokuthi angixhumaneke nabe task team isona ke esangivimba ukuthi ngingaqhubeki ngophela.
Yes.
To wait for them so that we can process the crime scene together.
Ngilindele bona ke ukuthi siqhubeke bekhona ke ndawonye.
so that they can train you how to proceed with investigation.
So that they can help me, my lord.
Okay,
ukuze bangisize.
very good. You needed help.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay.
Ngangifuna noma ngangidinga usizo.
The reason why crucial exhibits were not retrieved from the crime scene, it's because you needed help.
According to our instruction, yes.
Ngokomyalelo esawuthola ke ukuthi imbangela yokuthi ke ubufakazi ke futhi ke ubufakazi obusemqoka bungatholakala lapha ingoba ngangilindele noma ngangifuna usizo.
But you were working, next to you, there was a brigadier, senior police officer of the rank in the SAPS. Did he also need a training? Brigadier was with you?
Regarding forensic investigation,
Yes.
I'm not sure. I can't answer that. ma'am.
So he couldn't help you?
He couldn't. He handed the crime scene to me. I was alone.
Yena ke ubrigadier Ndlovu awakwenza ukuthi akanikezeleke isinki mina ke so ngangingedwa umuntu oyenza lo.
Listen here, Mr. Mosia. It's two of you when you were taking the pictures of the crime scene. It was two of you, it's you and Colonel Ndlovu. Am I correct?
Brigadier Ndlovu.
Brigadier Ndlovu, yes.
Yes.
So it was two of you.
Brigadier.
It was two of you.
He related the crime scene to me.
It was two of you.
Let me explain, my lord, please. Can I please explain?
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
On my arrival, Brigadier Ndlovu related the crime scene to me, and we entered the crime scene. He showed me the crime scene, and I made my own observation, and he went out of the house, and I was left alone doing my job inside the house.
Okwenzeka uma ngabe ngifika lapha yana ke ukuthi ubrigadier Ndlovu yena ke bayengikhombisa ke ukuthi noma ngikhombisa la kufanele ngithathe khona ke izithombe ngase mina ke emuva kwalokho waphuma ke ngasala ngingedwa ngaphakathi endlini ukuthi ngenze umsebenzi.
We are now making it worse. When I started with my cross-examination, I asked you as to who was with you when you were taking pictures. You said you were with Brigadier or Colonel Ndlovu.
That's correct, my lord.
Now you are saying you were left alone.
He cannot move around when I'm taking pictures with me, my lord.
Akakwazi ke ukuthi uma ngithatha izithombe ahambe nami azule noma jikeleze.
Because he've already shown me the crime scene.
Ngoba ube sengikhombisile.
And my point, my lord, is that at the time wherein you say you paused or you ceased the investigation, a senior member of the SAPS was there at the crime scene who could have helped you.
Not based on forensic. He knows nothing regarding forensic, my lord.
Wayengekho kwisimo ke sokuthi angangisiza kuphenyo engangilenza ngoba ke kulomsebenzi wami ke yena ke akazi lutho kuwona.
And on the very same night, first time when you arrived at the scene, you omitted to do investigations. In the picture 124, please. You omitted to do investigations. On the cardboard that is depicted in picture number 124. Am I correct?
My lord, I have stopped investigating the crime scene, and I've decided to summon the task team to come and take part on the crime scene. I did not omit to investigate any crime scene, especially that the particular crime scene that we are busy with now. I had to stop
to wait for the task team to join me to proceed with the crime scene, my lord.
Kwafaneleke ukuthi ngimeke ngingaqhubeki nophenyo akusuka ukuthi ke ngashiyelela ukuthi ngingalwenza uphenyo kwindawo ethize.
Are you saying that you made a conscious decision to stop conducting the investigations in anticipation of the arrival of the management team?
That's correct, my lord.
And sure yoke ngithi ke ngathatha isinqumo ke ngazi ukuthi angimeke ngingabusaqhubekaka nophenyo kuze kufikeke i-task team engayibiza.
So that's why, Mr. Mosia, I said earlier on, because of the lack of skill, knowledge, you had to cease from conducting further investigation until your senior members arrived at the crime scene. Is that so?
I don't think it is a lack
Okay.
of experience.
Angicabangi ke ukuthi ingoba ngingenako noma ngingenaso ke isipiliyoni okwabangela ukuthi angaqhubeki.
For the sake of progress, let's leave it there. We all know that it was because of the lack of your knowledge. Let's move on. If
The witness has never said that.
Advocate, does it include me? Am
My
I
lo-
part of the all who know?
My lord, I've just left it because the witness did not want to give the answer, and I'm
I
moving on.
thought maybe you mean that to you it is clear that
No, it's clear on record.
other than that we all know. Because
Sorry, my lord, it's clear on record. Thank you.
Yeah,
my lord.
okay.
Can I just proceed, my
Yes.
lord? Thank you. You are the one from photo number 8. You can use your exhibit there. Photo number 8, open it. There is an arrow there. You see it? And the tape marked with something like X. I don't know what is. Arrow, A2 arrow, you see that one? Who put that A2 and that marks on the door?
I pasted that arrow sticker myself, my lord.
Okay.
Leliya phepha noma litha sticker sibonakalayo laphayana ke sabekwa yimina
For what?
To point the bullet hole
Okay.
on the crime scene, my lord.
ukukhomba noma ukutshengisa ke imbobo yenhlamvu.
Where is or how far is photo 124 in relation to the error that is depicted in photo number 8? I mean the cupboard. Is the cupboard next to the door, or how far is the cupboard that is depicted in picture number 128 of exhibit B in relation to that? Yes, that one. How far is that from the door?
It is next to the door, my lord.
It's next to the door.
Yes.
Lesiya sithombe lesiya ku 124 ke siseduze nesicaba.
Okay. How come, Mr. Mosia, that you realized and noticed the hole and marked it, but you failed to look around just next to the door where the cupboard is, but you did not look around to check if there were any exhibits there? If I get you correctly, you're saying the door is just next to that cupboard. Am I correct?
You correct, my lord.
Yes. After marking in exhibit A, in photo number 8, what then caused you not to investigate or examine that cupboard?
I did, usually when I arrive on the crime scene, I search for exhibit myself, and in this case, I did search around, but I did not went straight to those to that position that was.
Very good, Mr. Mosia. You did investigate
Yes.
at the first time when you arrived at the scene, and you did not see any exhibit on top
I-
of the
I-
cupboard?
I
On
did
top of
not-
the cupboard, you did not see any exhibits. You investigated.
That's correct.
Ngenjwayelo-ke uma ngifika-ke kwindawo yesehlakalo-ke ngiyayibhekela ubufakazi-ke mina, kodwa-ke leya indawo etshengiswayo khona laphayana angizange ngiye kuyona.
And had you seen any exhibits there, you would have taken a picture of that exhibit and you would have eventually removed it from the scene.
That's correct, man.
Uma ngabe kwakhona-ke ngakuthola laphayana ngangizothatha isithombe sakho futhi ngikususe noma ngikuthathe.
And after that, you left the house. I don't mean immediately after that investigation, but eventually you left the house, which is the crime scene.
I waited outside for the task team, my lord.
Ngalinda ngaphandle-ke ngilinda yona-ke i-task team.
Okay. But eventually you left. Do you know if there were any people who slept inside the house?
I left my crime scene with Brigadier.
Do you know if there were any people who slept inside the house? Do you know or you don't know?
I don't know.
Angazi-ke noma bakhona yini abantu abalala ngalobuya busuku ngaphakathi endlini.
Okay. And I'll tell you that there are people who slept inside the house, which is the family. What do you say to that?
Yes, I can agree because I decided, I decided for them to, in order to avoid contaminating or filling with the crime scene, they better use that bedroom if they feel they need to sleep.
I've never asked. Sorry.
Ugwema-ke ukuthi kungabi khona ukuphazamiseka noma ukuphazamisa kuleya ndawo, ngabavumela-ke ukuthi bangalala kwelinye ikamela. Ngingavumelana-ke nawe uma ngabuthi bakhona impela abantu abalala laphayana ngalobuya busuku.
Don't rush, Mr. Musia. Ne? Let's just take it easy. In that house, there were people who slept inside that house. Do you agree with me? Which is the family?
I can believe you, man.
Yes.
Ngakholwa-ke uma ngabuthi umndeni walala ngalobuya busuku laphayana endlini.
And we don't know their movements during the night when you were not there inside the house.
That's correct, man.
Kuyiqiniso-ke nokuthi asazi-ke umnyakazo noma ukuhamba kwabo-ke ngaphakathi endlini nkathi ngangingekho mina.
And you can know. Sorry, my lord.
This line of cross-examination to carry on, but there's no basis laid as to why it is contended that family members slept in the house. The court will recall that when Advocate Tifa cross-examined, he put it to Sergeant Musia that the family left to sleep at Malberton. We submit that at least my learned friend ought to lay the basis of why she says family members slept in the house.
Advocate Chiololo.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, from the witness, from the evidence that is contained on the witness statements, there is nowhere wherein they say the house was left alone.
Which witness?
I mean, the owner of the house, the witnesses who were inside the house, my lord.
So you are saying from which witness, from which statement? Is it the way you find no trace of?
My lord, the statements of Miss Gladys Khumalo, who is the mother or the owner of the house.
In any case, all he's saying is that you lay the basis.
Thank you, my lord. Can I just do that?
Yes.
In the absence of the evidence in the witness statements to say the house was vacated and no one entered in the house, can you exclude the possibility that there were people who slept inside the house on the day in question?
Exclude. Did you say exclude?
Yes, my lord, the possibility.
Okay, there you are. Can you exclude, in other words, can you say for certain no one slept in the house?
I can say so.
You can say so.
Ngingasho-ke ngesiqinisekiso ukuthi yebo impela akunamuntu olala endlini.
And then when you arrived on the following day, there were people inside in the house.
When I arrived, it was still earlier hours of the morning. I remained on the outside until the task team arrived. Obviously, the police were
Inside,
around the crime scene, not inside. I'm saying around the crime scene.
including Brigadier Ndlovu.
He was there, my lord.
Nkathi ngifika-ke uma sengibuya-ke okwesibili ngafika-ke ngalinda noma ngahlala emotweni ngalinda ngaphandle-ke abekhona-ke amaphoyisa angaphandle engekho ngaphakathi kodwa engaphandle kanye naye-ke uBrigadier Ndlovu.
And we don't know if Brigadier Ndlovu, whether at some stage he also left the scene. We don't know.
You don't know, my lord.
Asazi-ke noma kunesikhathi la khona-ke uBrigadier Ndlovu wahamba.
Is there no possibility? Can I- Thank you, my lord. Can I just rephrase the question? Let's move on to picture 127. What is depicted there?
It's exhibit number 1 and a projectile on the top of a kitchen unit.
When was it recovered? When was it recovered?
It was recovered after the crime scene management task team arrived.
Laphayana-ke sibona-ke ku-photo 127 laphayana kuna-1 khona-ke i-projectile-ke etholakele laphayana kwi-unit yasekitchen itholakele nkathi kufika i-crime scene management.
Okay, for the purpose of record, that was on your second visit.
That's correct, ma'am.
Ile sikhathi-ke sesibuya okwesibili.
What caused you not to have seen that exhibit the first time when you arrived at the crime scene?
The cause of that might be my decision of deciding to call the crime scene management to join me, my lord.
Kungenzeka-ke ukuthi imbangela kwaba isinqumo engasithatha sokuthi ngingaqhubekike kodwa ngibize i-crime scene management.
Advocate Michelolo, that question you repeated quite a number of times.
Oh, sorry, my lord.
And he's giving the same answer.
Sorry, my lord. Can I proceed?
Yes.
Is there no possibility that that exhibit was never there at the scene, but it was planted by someone else after you had left the crime scene for the first time?
I cannot comment on that.
Angeke ngishore noma ngikwazi ukuphendula-ke ukuthi nkathi ngilaphayana kokuqala loba bufakazi babungekho kodwa base bekwa umuntu-ke emuva kokuthi ngihambile angeke ngikwazi-ke ukuphendula lokho.
Thank you, Mr. Musia, but
Yes.
and even if it was there, you would not have seen it because you never investigated that area.
Reason being, I was by then waiting for the task team to join me so that they can help process that crime scene, my lord.
Noma-ke loba bufakazi babukhona laphayana wawungeke uboneke ngoba awuzange wenze uphenyo laphayana. Isizathu yingoba ngathatha isinqumo-ke sokuthi angilindele i-crime scene management bazongisiza.
You were also, Mr. Musia, surprised on the following day when you realized that there was that exhibit on top of the cupboard. That is depicted in picture number, what's the photo number, Mr.
127.
127. You were also surprised to see it on the following day.
I cannot mention surprised, my lord.
Angeke ngithi kwangimangaza-ke ukuthi ngibone lo bufakazi ngelanga elilandelayo.
Because I did not went through, I never investigated the place at all.
Ngoba angizange ngiyiphenyeke leya ndawo.
And had you have done your work properly, you would have been able to see if that exhibit was there on the first time when you arrived or not.
I think I was still doing my job properly because we were instructed such cases you need to organize the task team. That is our instruction, my lord.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke ngangisawenza ngendlela efaneleke noma kahle umsebenzi wami, kodwa ke base kufika kuloko ukuthi satshelwa ukuthi ke kumacala anjengalana ke noma anjena kufanele ukuthi uyibizeke i-task team.
And that crime scene wherein the exhibit bullet projectile which was recovered in your second visit, the crime scene had been left with Brigadier Ndlovu.
That's correct.
Futhi ke umuntu engamshiya lapha yana kwakuKenneth uBrigadier Ndlovu.
So we don't know if Brigadier could have put that exhibit there.
I cannot comment on that.
Angeke ngisho ke noma ngeke ngiphenduleke ukuthi mhlasimpe noma mhlambe kwakuyena nje owakubeka lokho lapha yana.
On the following day, on the second visit, my lord, now you are now under your superior members. Which exhibits also were recovered other than the exhibits depicted in photo 127?
There are 12 swabs.
Use your pictures, use your exhibits. We've seen one that was recovered, which is bullet projectile. What else? Can you just group them? If it's swabs, that just group the swabs from numbers 1 to the last number.
It's swab 1 to swab 12, my lord.
Yes.
And the 2 cans, Heineken can and Smirnoff cans.
You can also refer the court to the photo numbers and the exhibit for the ease of reference.
It's from bundle exhibit B, page 69. That is where the exhibit photo starts, my lord.
Umuntu ubheka ke exhibit B qala ke kwisithombe u69 yilapho na iqala khona ke izithombe zabo konke ke okwathola nobufakazi obaxoshwa ke nkathi sesibuya sengibuya kwesibili ke
Up to page 134, my lord.
u69 uyofika ke ku134.
There is a bedroom, according to the evidence, wherein the intruder struggled over the door with one of the witnesses inside the house. Do you remember that?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngiyakhumbula ke lofakazi noma ke lokhu okuthi ke lona ke owangena kunesicabha ke la ayelwisana khona ke nomunye wofakazi.
Were there any exhibits that were retrieved from there?
There were the exhibits that were collected during the night. It's a head. It's a project. It's a bullet core. Yes, those were only the two.
Those were only the two.
Sezathola ke ebusuku kwakuyile bullet noma ke ilesibalo ke senhlamvu kanye ke nesigqoko.
So the swabs were not taken from the handle that alleged to have been used or touched by the perpetrator.
It was
Night.
used and it was marked as exhibit. It's a exhibit swab 1 and swab 2. It's dry and wet swab, my lord.
Nalapha ke ubufakazi baxoshwa ke khona la kulesibalo noma kulesicabha ke kule hand lesicabha lesi ekuthiwa ke lo wangena ngaso.
Advocate, therefore, it will seem as if I'm on your case. It will seem as if I'm on your case, and it's not like that. You simply waltzed off out of the courtroom without excusing yourself.
Your Lordship, with due respect, I realize that I cannot disturb the proceedings because I left my eyes and my ears there in Toban.
But that's not how you should do it.
Apologies.
Even putting on your robe, you don't wait the court for the bench to sit, and then you duck under the counter and put on your robe. Please avoid such things. I'm not on your case, but we should do these things the right way, the way it's done, even in other cases.
I humbly apologize.
Okay. Let's proceed.
That's the court business, madam. We were on the swab 1 and 2.
That's correct, my lord.
What caused you not to take those crucial swabs at the first time when you arrived at the scene?
As I have mentioned, my lord, I needed assistance, and as we were told, such cases, you need to. We are instructed to refer them to the task team. In fact, my lord, and I had no chance of leaving leaving the exhibit which were lying on the floor just to wait for the people whom I was told I must organize if I come across such cases, my lord.
Nanjengoba bese ngishilo ke ukuthi imbangela ke yokuthi lamaswaphu ke u1 no2 ngawathathi wona ke bese ngilinde i-task team, kodwa ke ngangakwazi ke ukuthi lokho engikubonayo okuleli phansi ukuthi kona ke ngingakuthathi noma ngingakucoshi ngenxa yokuthi ngilindele i-task team.
Mr. Musia, please answer the question. What caused you not to take or to lift or to retrieve whatever the terminology that you use to retrieve the swab from the crime scene? What caused you not to take them first time when you arrived at the scene and only to take them on the following day?
I was waiting for the test team to join me, my lord.
Okay.
That is my answer, I think.
Impendulo yami ke ukuthi ke okwabangela ukuthi ke u1 no2 ngabathathi ke kathi ngifike okokuqala ngangilinde i-task team.
And you left, you did not retrieve those exhibits at night, whereas there were people, according to your evidence, that were inside the house, who were left inside the house, who might have touched the handle of this door during your absence.
I've warned the people who were in the house, my lord, seeing that it was the time of the night, there was no way that I cannot allow them to be in the house, or I decided for them to use that bedroom, my lord.
You want them to do what?
I decided for them to use that bedroom.
Okay. You want them. But you said you want
You
them.
want them.
I want them.
To, what did you want them against?
Not to move around the crime scene,
Okay.
my lord.
ngenxa yokuthi-ke kwakulesiya sikhathi ebusuku-ke ngangingakwazi-ke ukuthi ngingabanqabela ukuthi bangangeni endlini, kodwa ngase ngibacela ukuthi basebenzise le kamera, futhi ngabatshela-ke ukuthi bangasondeli-ke noma bangenzi lutho lapho.
Do you have any proof that they adhered to your warning not to touch?
No, I
They
don't
don't
have
have.
proof, my lord.
Anginabo-ke ubufakazi bokuthi abazange bakwenze lokho engabacela ukuthi bangakwenzi.
So that's another possibility. Cannot be excluded that they've touched the door handle before you could lift up the exhibit. There's a possibility.
Yes, there is, my lord.
Yebo kungenzeka-ke ukuthi basithinta-ke istabha noma-ke i-handle leyo yestabha.
Very well. Let's move on now to another exhibit that you retrieved on the second visit.
It's all of them are swaps. It's from 69, page 69, exhibit B. Page 69, my lord. Sorry about that. It's photo 69.
Photo 69.
That's correct, my lord.
Page 16.
Page?
Page 16 of exhibit B.
Yes.
Yes. Those are the swaps.
From page 69. Oh, photo 69, sorry about it.
Photo 69
That's
of
correct.
exhibit B.
Exhibit B, my lord.
From photo 69 to
Let me check here. One. From to 134.
123, there is no swap there. So it means it's up to 122. Am I correct? So to 146 to 122, plus 123, it's something else.
133. My exhibit are starting from page 69 up to page 134.
Okay, now I'm referring you in terms of the swaps that you took.
Yes, my lord.
And from photo 123, there is no swap that was retrieved there.
123.
Yes, photo 123 of exhibit B.
No, I mean from photo 123 up to
122.
it's exhibit A. It's exhibit 1, the projectile.
Mr. Mosey, I've passed to the projectile. I'm now asking about the swaps.
Yes,
Yes.
my lord.
I have already referred you to the exhibits depicted in pictures number 123, 124, 125. We know what is depicted there. Am I correct? Up to page 129. That's one exhibit, which is a bullet projectile.
That's correct.
That's correct. So now I'm not referring to that exhibit.
Okay.
Okay? Yes. Don't confuse this. Now I'm referring to the swabs that you took.
Okay.
Yes.
Or the
Am I correct to
swabs.
say? Yes.
Oh, I understand now. Sorry about that, my lord.
Okay.
The swabs will be page 69 up to 122, my lord. Photo. 69 up to 122.
So amaswap ke wona ke aqala ku noma kusithombe u69 aphela wona ke ku 122.
Before we go to 69 to 142 as you are directing us, photo number 66 and 67, can it be opened there? Photo number 66 and 67. You see that?
The bundle belongs to Warrant Colonel. I'm trying to explain here.
Don't go there. Just wait. I'm the one who
Okay.
is asking you questions.
I can see that, my lord.
Yes. Photo number 66 and photo number 67. You see that?
I see that, my lord.
What is depicted there?
It's a presumable blood.
U67 na 67 ke kubonakala lokho kubhekeka noma kubonakala ngathi igazi.
And these pictures were taken on the second visit.
Futhi ke ithombe lezi ezathathwa phakathi sesibuya noma sengibuye kwesibili.
Why were they not taken first time when you arrived at the scene?
As I have explained, my lord, I had to wait for the task team to join me on the crime scene, my lord.
Manje ngoba bese ngishilo ke ukuthi isizathu kwa ukuthi ke ngangilinde i-task team ukuthi ke ihlanganywe nami.
Because in such cases, in most cases, we are not allowed to do them. We need to call the task team.
Ngoba ke kumacala njena ke isikhathi esiningi ke mebekile ukuthi kwenzeke ufanele ukuthi ulindele i-task team.
To join me, my lord.
Okay. On the following day, were there any swabs that were taken or any exhibits that were taken from this blood stain?
That's correct, my lord.
Kunjalo ke ukuthi ngelanga elilandelayo ke khona ke ubufakazi obaxoshwa noma bathathwa ke kuleli gazi.
And at the time when you noticed them in your first visit, because of the capacity, you could not take the swabs at that time of the blood stains. Okay.
That was because I was waiting for the people who are supposed to join me to process the crime scene, my lord.
Imbangela ke ngokusuku boqala ke noma ngelanga loqala ngafika ngalo ukuthi ngenzi lutho ke ingoba ngangilinde laba abezohlanganyela kanye nami.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying because of the capacity, you saw the blood stain, but you could not retrieve the exhibits. That's English, capacity.
And the blood stain, we noticed the blood stain in the morning because the position in which this blood stain was next to the. I did not notice this blood stain during the night, my lord.
Ebusuku ke ngathi ngangilaphayana ke angizange ngilibone ke noma ngiqapheleke igazi leli.
So there are so many things that you could not. Sorry, there are so many things that you could not do at the crime scene when you arrived for the first time.
Because I had to wait for the task team to join me, my lord.
Okay, let's pause there. We'll continue, my lord. I'm just being reminded of the time. I'm not sure if it's convenient to adjourn now.
I think it would not be wise to embark onto another thing now. We have 2 minutes left. Tomorrow,
My lord.
I start with another judge with appeals.
Yes, my
and
lord.
Admissions.
Yes.
So 10 o'clock, we are unlikely to be done because it's admissions and some appeal. I don't know whether it would be wise to consciously decide to start after tea.
As the court pleases, my lord, that would be the most convenient time.
So at 11:30.
At
Yes.
11:30, because from 9 there will be appeals and admissions.
As please the court, Your Lordship.
And I will request that we all adhere to half past 11.
As the court business, my lord.
If there are any unforeseen hindrances,
Yes, my lord.
the secretary will inform you.
As the court.
Whatever hindrance there may be will be out of the processes I've just told you about.
As the court business, my lord.
This case, will you rise? This case is postponed overnight for further hearing. The accused shall be in custody. Tomorrow, instead of 10 in the morning, we shall start at 11:30.
Sasa ke asizuqala ngo-10 kodwa ke zoqala ngo-11:30 nizohlala ke esitokisini kuze kube kusasa bafethu.
As the court business.